Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Virtual Pool 4 Online. It's getting late at night here. This is Wednesday, 19th of August 2020. We've reached the final of the 2020 VP4 Masters Snooker Tournament. And Moz is one of the competitors. He's already in the lobby. And we're waiting on Barkers155, who usually just turns up at the last minute. He never, in the whole of the tournament, has been on and done any practice online. He just comes in and the game starts and that's it, and away we go. So, good evening to any viewers who are joining us. I'm streaming using Broadcaster tonight, so I have to lean over to look at my second monitor to try and read the chat. Now you need to give me an idea of what the volume's like. What is the mic volume like, because I've turned it down a little bit just in case it's a bit too loud. If it's a bit too loud I can adjust it, but everything should be good to go. We should be streaming on YouTube, Twitch and Facebook, hopefully. Well, these are the two best players in the tournament. We have Barkers, who has the highest break in the tournament, 115. It's a race to 7. Obviously it's alternate break in snooker. And well, Moz has got through fairly comfortably in his matches. He's not lost more than one frame in any match, and neither has Barkers. Both of these players are unbeaten. Good evening, welcome. Both are unbeaten in the tournament. And well, the thing about Moz was, in his last match against Stubb, which I didn't get to stream because it was too late for me, but I watched the whole match on Duffman's Twitch channel, and Moz was very good, particularly in the final frame. He was 2-0 up, and in the final frame he was about 50 odd behind. Stubb got in, got a score on the board, and then Moz appeared on his coattails in that frame and actually was about to clear up and win the match 3-0 when Stubb quit and ran out. No pride in that at all. That's the way he does things. Yes, I managed to get that done a couple of weeks ago. Thank God for that. It was bugging me. And I've actually the first, I mean, I usually use a little beard trimmer and just trim it down, but I actually had the first shave in about 6 years last week. Which is saying something. There's Barker's arrived, so we're good to go, and I think we'll do this again because I quite like it. If I can find the bloody button that is. Hang on a minute. And that's especially for all you latecomers, so welcome everybody. It's going to be a late one. I wouldn't imagine it's going to be that long, unless they get into some sort of safety battle, but that's the room is up. That's probably going to be down to the two of them as to whether they want to be playing an awful lot of safety. They want to score these guys, so the room's up. I'm getting in, and if you give me 2 seconds I will be right back, because I need to start my little clock to find my button for that. Hang on a sec. I think it's this one. Hang on. Right, we're all set to go. Barkers is in the room. Moz is thinking about it, and we're ready to go. Well, Stub, I told you what your problem is. The problem's the same thing you've always had. And that was a point that I raised earlier on this afternoon when I told you that in all the years we've been in Virtual Pool 4, you've actually not won any of these big tournaments you've been in. And for a player of your talents, that isn't something to be proud of. And you know what the main fault is. The main fault is that these guys that are beating you have got a better positional control of the cue ball than you have, and that's what you need to work on. Welcome everybody. I think Moz is using the old tactical delay tactic. I've checked Duffman. Duffman's channel on Twitch is dead, so presumably Duffman isn't going to be up this late at night to cover it, so he's more than welcome to watch it once it's up on my YouTube channel. So here we go, guys. I'm expecting a bit of class in this match tonight, and well, if you can't stay the whole distance, I can guarantee you I will, and it will be ready and processed on my YouTube channel tomorrow at some point. It takes a few hours for it to fully process, and so the only thing I don't have on this XSplit broadcaster is my little doodle, but I'll use my donut. And let me check my other camera view, just hang on a sec. Yeah, that's the one from the top half of the table. So that one, although it's a good red, it's absolutely nothing. And well, I've lost the HUD again. Right click. Barkers is going to play the black, no doubt. It's the easiest one to get to, but it's the biggest penalty points obviously if he misses it. He'd be unlucky to leave a red on the way these reds are sitting though. So welcome everybody. I know there's probably latecomers going to drop in now and again. Some will drop in, some will drop out, but you're more than welcome to stay. Well, what's he nominated? He hasn't nominated anything yet. He's given it some serious thought. He's looking up the table. And well, it looks as if he's chosen a yellow. This doesn't look a good angle to get to it though. No, it was never a good angle at all, so he's going to have another go at that because Moz will put him back in. There could be a few points given away here. I think Barkers has got himself in some serious. He's going to have to put a bit of left hand side on this cue ball if he's going to try and make that angle to get to the yellow. He can't get it aiming the way it is at the moment. He has to put left hand side on it. So he's still calling the yellow. Still not there. Needs a wee bit more. Needs to try and pinch a wee bit more angle off that rail. So he'll get another go, and I'm going to have a quick drink. Well, you let us know when you start feeling good, Stub, because VP4 has been online for what, 6-7 years now, and you haven't been feeling good for 7 years. You take my advice and you'll win one of them. You've got a good chance in the 10 ball tournament coming up, but you're going to have to tighten up that cue ball control. Merely trying to dig yourself out of holes with difficult shots every time doesn't work. Well, Moz, I think, has got away with that one. And Barkers, of course, the difficulty is covering that red if he's trying to play safe, and the other problem is he's got no option down this side of the table, so he's just going to try and roll into go around the corner and come into this back end of the pack. If he's going that way, he can't do anything from the right side, so he has to go left side. He has to go 2 rails I'll show you with my donut if I can get that to work. He has to go this way and then in there and into there, which would be the safest dead weight shot into that corner of the pack. This should be easy. It's just all about the weight. It doesn't want to be too heavy. Now, has he covered it? I think he has, but he's left an awkward cut on that red, and Moz will be cannoning into the other red, and then he just needs to get lucky if he's going to get in the black. I think Moz is reluctant to go up the table to expose that red, so we're going to get a bit of tip tapping here. Good evening, welcome. Now, how many of you can stay the distance with this? It was worthwhile staying the distance in Barker's last match because he got the highest break of the tournament in the last frame. I take it the audio is okay, the mic audio is okay, it's not too harsh. I can move my mic down a wee bit. This mic, this cheap Logitech mic that I've had for goodness knows how many years, it still works, but it does sometimes sound a wee bit too harsh. Well, you say Barker, right? We've agreed to scrap that one. I think that's the first re-rack that we've had in the tournament. Now, the re-rack option is there for the players, but both players obviously have to agree in order for it to work. So it has worked, and we are going to have take two in this match. And in case you guys don't know, the World Senior Snooker Championship started today at the Crucible Theatre in Sheffield, and Jimmy White won tonight. I mean, the standard is obviously a lot lower, but Jimmy White was playing Joe Johnson. Jimmy White's 58 and Joe Johnson is 68, so they're putting on the years. And it was a bit of a mess the first frame. They were really missing balls all over the place, and Joe Johnson managed to pinch the first frame, but after that Jimmy warmed up and actually played pretty well. He had a few breaks. His highest break was 90 and he won the match 4-1. There's a match going on just now, I can't remember who's playing, and then and once that match is finished, which has taken a while, there's another match from this afternoon that has to finish. So that snooker is actually live on the red button in the UK, and no doubt you'll be able to find a stream if you want to watch it. Stephen Hendry, I don't know whether he's playing tomorrow, but he's got a good match against Nigel Bond coming up. And I said earlier on today Cliff Thorburn was in it. I thought he was in it, but apparently he's not, unless it was a late change or something. I thought he was down to be actually appearing in it, but he didn't show in the bracket. And there's actually a few old professionals in it whom I've actually never heard of. But the overall goal for the winner of the tournament, Jimmy White's the defending champion, but the overall goal is that you get automatic qualification for the Champion of Champions tournament, which is all the I think it's all the winners of the major events during the season. And Jimmy was in it this year, and was 3-0 up against Ronnie O'Sullivan, and eventually managed to find a way to lose 4-3. Oh, that snooker will be on a long while tonight. That first match is the second match that's on tonight has been taking a while. I switched it off. And then, as I say, that match from this afternoon that didn't finish, they had to pull them off the table so that the Jimmy White match could start. They've got to come on and finish their match after this second match is finished tonight. So it's going to, yeah, Darren Morgan, yeah. You notice the unusual thing about that match, both players are wearing a glove. That's something that you very rarely see in snooker. You're much more likely to see it in pool. So Moz has a tough cutback on this black, and he's certainly going to run into the reds. It's a question of how aggressive he wants to be here. Yeah, I noticed I mean, Jimmy I think was stewing a bit. That's a good shot. How's his luck? Not too good. He's got an awkward cut from one of those two reds in the middle of the table. He's got a roll in up the left rail, but he's got a lot of reds into play here. So provided he gets this red, the blue will pass the other red. He's off and running and got a chance to put some points on the board here. Yeah, I noticed both the players were wiping their cues down and all that sort of stuff. But I mean, the temperature's dropped a fair bit since last week down south, where it was really warm. One of the commentators thought that the practice tables were running faster than the actual match table. Now Moz is he's in, and he's got to make it pay. He's got to get onto these reds in the middle of the table here. He may well be a wee bit straight in this black. Maybe I have to punch it round. Now if it misses both, he'll skim past just like that. Well, he got a little brush off it, but he's still sitting nice here. Break goes to 25. Well, you keep thinking positive, Stub. Keep thinking positive. Wrong side of this blue. He may well just run through to leave the straightish red. Well, he's got a choice now, and he can go, if he's got a good angle in this, he can go straight through for the black. Let's have a quick look. That looks okay to me. Left himself a wee bit high. Now, is he going to play for the red that's up nearer the blue? If he goes forward, he can go to the other side of the pack. Well, he's chosen to get into the pack. Now, is that a wise move? I don't think he can get to that red. I think he might have blown it here, and let's have a look. That's tight. He could bend it round the red, but the other problem is looking to find a safety here, and these reds are now pretty well spread, and I think Moz is going to have to bite the bullet. He's going to try and just bend it. Well, I don't know whether he did try to bend it and caught that first red by mistake, but he's left Barkers in, and now it's Barkers' chance for a response, and the break ends on, what was that, 39. So it's a healthy lead at the moment, but that can very quickly diminish here. Barkers was just weighing up his options, but he's got the long straight red. with the black to follow, and then he's got a fair choice of reds to get on. Well, he's left himself high again, a wee bit higher than he would like on this black. And this is the thing that can make or break you. Moz took the chance there to go into the reds, and when he had the chance to go across for that red, with the angle that he had, if he went across for the bottom red, he wouldn't have taken that risk in going into the pack, because you're never guaranteed you're going to land on a red. And that's the choices you make, and that can make and break the frame. As it is now, Barkers may well be in the lead at the end of this visit, and he's nailed that perfect on the blue. Now he can pot the blue and just run over to the left for that red I was talking about, the 1 second from the pink down the left hand side there. He's having a look at it, I think, presuming he can stun and avoid that other red. Well, I think that's not gone according to plan, unless he's chosen this as a plant here, and that's certainly not a plant, and that's certainly not the red I think that he played for. I think he did try to stun down for the red second from the pink, and this is not a gimme, and that's where the mistakes happen, and he's gone in off into the middle pocket. So there's the first unforced error there from Barkers, and that little lead that Moz has got has now stretched a wee bit more. Well, Barkers ended up in what, 9? And Moz has got a long red down the rail. He's looking, I think, to see if the black goes, which it doesn't, so there's nothing to be gained in potting that red. But he does have a shot to nothing. The bottom red, I think, or even the top red, does it go? No, the top red doesn't. So that bottom red below the pink on the left hand side will be the shot to nothing to get back to safety. Good evening or good night, whichever comes first. And that's actually not a bad shot. I mean, Barkers has still got another shot to nothing safety here. The line of 3 reds, and this time, is he going to get cover? No, he hasn't. So once again, Moz comes to the table with a chance of a red. Don't know whether he can pot it and avoid running up into the red and pink here. He's played it gentle enough. He's going to run into them. He needs a bit of luck. Well, he's left it a bit square, and I think he's choosing the, well, it looks as if he's going to choose the easier option of the blue. He wouldn't have to do anything with the cue ball, just come back off the blue, and he's on that red above the pink. This one here's a bit tricky. Well, that's a nice shot though. Well controlled, little cannon onto the red, brings it into play. Don't know whether he can get that red below the pink. No, he can't. But this is all a bonus for Moz. If he can just pick off some more reds and colours, he'll be safe. 51 points to 9 at the moment. And these reds that are down here below the pink, they're all awkward. you have to go past the pink on the left hand side quite square to leave a pot in that red below the pink. So the obvious one to play for is the one below the blue or the one below the black. So the one below the blue will take him onto the black, which doesn't go again, of course. So he would have to play through for the pink, I think, unless he wants to draw back. Now, is he going to play the little cannon, or is he going to try and get on this red below the black? That's the easiest one to get onto from the way I'm looking at it. Oh, he's missed the green. Well, Barkers has got a lot to do in this frame. There's still enough points there, but as I say, the way those reds are sitting there, he's not going to score much if he doesn't move something. Now this is the tester, because he's got the angle to get up for that red, but he's going to have to leave it square unless he wants to try and just leave that other red that we're looking at into the middle. So this is important, this shot, and it's going to decide whether or not he's going to have a chance at pinching this frame. And as I said, he's going to have to leave himself square, but the benefit of this shot is he's going to split those reds, and hopefully he's going to finish on the black. But he's got to go through far enough. He needs to, well, he's looking as if he's drawing into them. He's trying to stun to avoid them. Now, did he actually play a pot there? Because that's all went pear-shaped. And I think Barkers might be showing a sign of wear and tear there, because you need to remember as well that although both players are from the UK, in case any you don't know, Moz, although he's from the UK, from England, he now resides in Texas, so he's about 5-6 hours behind us. And of course it's now, what, 20 minutes to midnight over here. And what you've also got to remember is Barkers may well have done a full day's work if he's back at work, bearing in mind the situation that we're in. But so he may well be quite tired, which is not a good thing when you're trying to concentrate late at night. I know how I feel right now, trying to keep my eyes open. Yeah, well, this is the same Barkers that's been in the tournament from the start. Yep. Well, I think I don't know whether Barkers was being obliging to Moz or the other way round, but obviously for Moz it's about, what, I'm trying to work it out, that's 20 minutes to midnight. It's like maybe 6 in the evening or thereabouts, 20 minutes to 6 or 20 minutes to 5. I can't remember, but anyway, it's sort of that time, very late afternoon, early evening. And so there is a big time zone difference. That's actually not a bad safety there by Barkers, left absolutely nothing on, and he's pushed the red towards the pocket, which I think Moz is going to try and punch away here. He's going to have to get lucky though to leave it safe. Now, what we got here? Well, he's actually pushed onto the red and left a touching ball. Now, Barkers needs to be careful, because if he pushed that red, is he aware he's got a touching ball? He's looking at well, he's going to try and use that green and yellow and blue as cover. So if you look at the HUD in the top left, he's touching a red, so he has to play away from it. But I don't think that's the way to go. He should be going the left hand side of the table to cover, to use the yellow, blue and green to cover that red. If he's going that way, he's going to have to put a bit of left hand side on it to try and come in behind the yellow and green and brown. But that's the way to go. He's picking the line now, so it's all about the pace, just to make sure he gets cover, and he should really get cover in this. And he's played a good one. That is a good shot. Not difficult to hit the red. Well, I agree it would have been probably better to play at the weekend, but that wouldn't have been any good for me because I'd be back at work. The good news is though that well, the good news for me is that my early starts, getting up at 2:30 in the morning, they're going to finish at the end of August. We got notification of that the other day, so I'll be back to getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning and starting at 6 and finishing at 2 in the afternoon, so that's a wee bit better. The only bad news for that is I'll be getting a lot less money because I was getting all sorts of overtime during this COVID crisis, so I'm going to be short of money. Lots of overtime, nighttime overtime, weekend nighttime overtime, bank holiday nighttime overtime. Goodness me, I was rolling in it for the last 4 months, but that's all going to stop. And well, Moz trying to roll dead weight. Now is Barker's going to put him back in because he's on the red into the middle? He might not get a better opportunity here. So Barker's on 21, Moz on 57, 43 in the table, so still plenty of points there for Barkers, but he's going to have to make his move right now, and this could decide the frame because everything's there for the taking, and Barkers himself, provided he gets this red, will be expecting to clear up. He's gone a bit too far for the blue, just a wee bit too heavy. He's got that higher angle in the blue that he doesn't want. This makes it more difficult to control the cue ball, you see. That's the problem with this shot. It looks an easy enough cut. That's not the problem. The problem is controlling the cue ball. And things can go wrong here with that pink and black being where they are if he finishes in the left hand side. It's a good cut. He's played it dead weight and everything's worked out fine. Now the other problem is the green's off its spot, which can always interfere with getting on that yellow. So, well, the shot he's played now means he's going to drop over to the left hand side of the yellow, so that takes the green out of the equation. Got a little angle on the blue and can just drop through sort of over there. Or is he going to find a space? Well, that's another way of doing it. But if he'd finished on the green, the yellow that way, he could have come around this way, he could have come back for the green into the same pocket, so he had a choice. Well, with this one, presuming he's playing the green into the middle. Now, what angle's he left? Because that's the important one. He's fine. Now remember, earlier in the frame, Moz took that opportunity to go into the reds, hope for a little bit of luck, never got it, and that probably would have been him winning the frame had he landed on a red. Had he taken the option I suggested, he would have still been at the table on a red. And Moz has left the building. Now, the other night or was it this morning? I was up early this morning at about 4:30. My internal body clock woke me up at that time, and I came online, and then there's the usual guys online playing cowboy, and we were in a cowboy doubles match. I can't remember who it was, but he got disconnected a couple of times, and he had a raging thunderstorm going on, so Moz may well have a similar problem here. There might be a bit of weather going around. I read the other day that there's a big heat wave going on in the States, and I was reading a story, I think it was in the BBC text, about a reported highest temperature on Earth in Death Valley, 54 degrees, 130 Fahrenheit, which is a burn to death temperature. Now the worrying thing here, guys, is that Moz will have 10 minutes, I think, to get back into the room. I hope it's 10 minutes. I hope to goodness it isn't 5 minutes, because we might be dead and buried in the water here and the first frame isn't over. Well, so if the weather's okay, then he's maybe got an ISP problem more than anything else. I mean, I haven't seen Moz get disconnected in any other matches during the tournament. He's not normally a player who has connection issues, but I did notice as well, though, that this morning one or two of the guys were complaining that they were getting booted. So whether it's a VP server problem, I don't know, but I hope he gets back in. I don't want this to end like this. Because if it doesn't go ahead tonight, I'm probably not going to get it any other night. What we got here? Let's have a check at this button. Doesn't go ahead tonight, I'm probably not going to get it any other night. Now that's the replay button. Let me just check that again, because the volume's a bit loud in that. What we got here? Let's have a check at this button. Doesn't go ahead tonight, I'm probably not going to get it any other night. Now that's the replay button. Try this one. That one works. This is not looking good, chaps. Oh, Moz has arrived. The VP4 doesn't quite know that he's arrived. Well, let me just hit OK and see what happens here. Now it says he's left again. Right, I'm going to leave the room. There's only one player in it, so he's definitely not back. It may well have been better to do a quick reboot, but he's showing in the room there on my player list. That's the thing, that the player list sometimes takes. Alright, he's now showing 2 in the room. I wonder if I can get back in. And Barkers is now, he's arrived, so he maybe done a restart. Right, here we go. It all looks good. Touch wood. Anyway, back to the important matter. Barkers is on the green, looking to clear up, to pinch this first frame. there's sounds of life there, the cue's moving. Well, all the colours are on their spots, barely, except the black. And he's still 19 behind, 22 in the table, and he's overhit that, I think. Now here's the problem, up and down the table to get on the pink. So welcome any latecomers or anybody that's stumbled across the stream. You're more than welcome for some late night snooker. This is the VP4 2020 Masters Tournament. Anybody that doesn't know, the sign-ups are open for the 2020 10 ball World Championships. There's earlier on today there was 32 players signed up. There was 32 seats remaining. And it starts, I think, on the 28th of August. Well, he's missed the pink. Oh, and that's a vital mistake, because that's lost him the frame. Just the pink needed for Moz, and Moz can breathe a sigh of relief. But that's another unforced error by Barkers, and I do think that the concentration is vitally affected this late at night for him. We were just knocking on the door, well, what, 5 minutes away from midnight. But it's a first frame in the board for Moz, and Barkers will be kicking himself. And Barkers breaking off in frame number 2. He's got good weight. And that's a professional break, right down pretty much in the baulk cushion. And he's got good cover, I think, on those two reds. Can Moz see that? No, he can't. And the other thing is, he can't see the right hand side of the table either. That is a good break. That's exactly where you want to be. And if he tries to come off this right hand side of the pack, which is all he can do, unless he wants to use the angles and go around the corner into the corner of the pack there, he's going to have to miss this red. So this is a toughie. He might just try rolling up here, but if he does that, he can leave the red to the left of the black. Oh, Stubbs always confident. Well, he's got it as safe as he can. Although, well, that red will cut, believe it or not. But it's too dangerous to risk playing anything like that. We may well have another re-rack here, guys. Now, is Moz playing a shot here, or has Moz gone again? He may well have lost his connection again here, because he doesn't. There are no signs of life in the queue. Yeah, I think he's gone again. It's taken a wee while to update, but he may well have been booted out of the game again. Well, that's basically 45 minutes for the first frame. We're just knocking on the door of midnight. Now, did MozUK08 move? I don't think he's here. I think he's long gone. You're actually watching the stream, Moz. What's happening then? Because there's nothing happening in the game. What's happening at your end? What you've offered Barkers a re-rack, and you're waiting on a response. Maybe he's having a problem then, or maybe he's not interested in a re-rack until you play a shot. He's certainly not typing in the chat. Right. Well, if both players are listening, I would suggest that you both leave the room, but don't quit. Just to get yourselves back in, and hopefully the game will recover. So if you bring up the menu, don't choose the option to quit. I think you can choose the option to leave the room, and then both rejoin to see if things will clear up, because absolutely nothing is happening on my screen. MozUK08's been in the same position for the best part of 10 minutes. Right, so Moz is out. I would suggest that Barkers do the same thing to try and get this resolved. Well, the message has gone down. I don't see the queue moving yet. And this time Barkers has decided to leave, and now, well, lo and behold, the cue ball's moved 8 feet. you all saw that, guys. Well, I don't know how the cue ball ended up there, but that's where it is. So we may well be out of sync here. I don't know whether I'm out of sync, but I'm not seeing. Well, MozUK08's moving, so he's alive, but I don't know whether he's looking at what I'm looking at. I think I need to actually just leave the room and come back in, and hopefully I can get back in. Now Barkers, I must have been out of sync, because I'm looking at Barkers now on the same cue ball, and this is from the previous frame. This is the first frame. you guys are witnessing this. You're seeing the same as I'm seeing. This is the first frame. The first frame isn't over yet, so there's a problem with how the match is being recognised on the server. Because now we have the same position. Right, guys, if you're listening, anybody that can hear me, you need to get a hold of Steve, send a message to him, PM him, and tell him that it probably needs to restart the server, because we've got issues here with us being back to the first frame. Well, that's the right idea. No, I think if you want to try resigning the first frame, Barkers, and try and see if the second frame will start, because we know that Moz won the first frame. Yeah, just resign the frame. Right, well, Barkers has played into the pocket, but maybe he doesn't have the option on his menu. That's another issue. Tin isn't here. He hasn't been in for 2 days, unless he's appeared in the lobby. Right. That's all he can do. Yeah, Moz just needs to try and pop balls and just get the thing over. And if Barker just keeps passing it back to him, then we can hopefully get this thing done. But there's a big delay in communication to the server as to how this has ended up like that. We basically went back 10 minutes in the game, so we did. Well, who is it that mentioned that this is going longer than the Darren Morgan match? I think it might go a heck of a lot longer the way we're going. Oh dear, let's hope this first frame finishes, or we could be well up the you-know-what creek without a paddle. Right, fingers crossed, guys. Right, there we go. I think we're okay to go. So, just a quick recap. After an hour and 5 minutes, we are into the second frame of this final. Not an hour and 5 minutes. The final didn't start to 11:15. After 50 minutes, I'm losing track of time here. But we are off and running in frame number 2. Let's keep our fingers crossed that everything goes, well, a bit smoother than it has so far. And that's another half decent break from Barkers. But a good pot by Moz needs a bit of luck. Is that yellow going to bounce? Well, he's on the brown, but he's entirely the wrong angle, so it's got to be the yellow. No, Barkers. But if you're late in arriving, that first frame got down to the pink when Barkers had a chance to win the first frame the first time round, but he missed the pink, and Moz just needed the pink to win the frame. So Barkers had already lost the first frame. We were watching basically a rerun of the colours about 10 minutes ago, simply because of a server problem, and so the frame just played itself out because we know that Moz won it, and now the score is correct. It is 1 frame to 0 to Moz, and we are good to go in frame number 2. Now I don't know what frame you're talking about, guys. Now Moz trying to disturb something. Well, he's only nudged 1 red, but you only ever need 1 red. Well, he'll take that. Back down for the black. A little angle on it, I think, to get down for the black. Now that cue ball needs to keep running, and the reason I'm saying that is he needs that angle to just clip something on this bunch of reds here. I think he's got enough angle to stun into them hard. Again, you need that bit of luck, and well, he's on 1. He's got another red over the middle pocket. He should be down for the blue or one of the bulk colours. Probably one of the bulk colours might be better, because that guarantees him getting on that red over the middle pocket. But he's then got certainly 2 reds that he can play for, the one above the pink and the one nearest the black at the bottom of the pack. That's the reds that he can play for after he's potted this one. Now, is this a gentle roll in to drop onto the black? Again, he's left it a bit short, but the angle he's got here, let's have a look at this. Right, he shouldn't have any problem getting on that red at the bottom of the bunch, unless he's going to try and get into them again, but it looks as if he can get on that red at the bottom of the pack. Oh, he's under hit it by a long way. That is about a foot short of where he wanted to be. He wanted to be up here, and now he can only run for cover unless he wants to risk a long red, but he's running into other reds, so he's got to run to the long grass, as I say. Needs to be careful of that right middle pocket. He's well away from that, and he's got good weight, and he's played a good one again. That's an excellent safety shot, dead weight to the rail, and he has blocked off every avenue without Barkers having to use a rail. There's no direct contact with the pack at all. Well, let's have a look, see what we can see from this end. This is the view that Barkers has got, and I think he's way short, so he's, well, if Moz puts him in again, he's just going to play the same shot. There is the chance of the red though, not easy. Once again, always have a look at the pack of reds to see what's set. Now look at that, those 2 reds there. They are not set exactly. So the foul and misses coming into operation here. Let's have a look. This time he was only ever going to play the same shot. Right guys, tell me how many people are watching this on YouTube and how many are watching on Twitch. If I've got double figures, I'll be quite happy this time of night. Twitch never has 170. Don't be kidding me. Give me a proper answer. It's too late at night for jokes. Yeah, it was always going to be a struggle to get many passing viewers. But you guys that are here, let's see if you can stick it out. I'm going to have to stick it out. But just a quick recap here. The important matter is that Moz is 1-0 up, and again he's got a healthy lead in this second frame, so the pressure is on Barkers here. Moz keeping the reds fairly tight, making it difficult for Barkers to score should he get in. Now he can draw off the black. If he plays it too hard, he can end up in that red. If he gets it right, he'll end up in that red. There's not any other avenue. Well, he's going to play the red in the middle, but that is a wee bit awkward because he's closer to the rail for comfort's sake here. If he was to dig down, well, he's not even risking that, so he's risking the high cut in the black unless he goes up the table. But he could play the green and come down for the red, and depending on the angle he has in the red, he's either going to run into this pack. Well, again, playing it with side, he had to play it with right hand side to bring the cue ball down, and that's caused a miss. But he's in exactly the same position here, Moz, the same problem. He can't avoid hitting something here unless he wants to brush through for the black. Yep, nice and gentle. So it's another error by Barkers, and we've seen more errors in this match than I think he's made in the whole tournament. And I'm putting it down to the time of night, because we're now well beyond midnight. We're an hour into the match, and Barkers is showing those little frailties that happen when the old brain starts to go in shutdown mode. And he's now trailing by, what is it? Has he got 0? I think he's got 0. I can't even see. The score, the match score is 1 frame to 0 to Moz, and he leads by 50-0 in this second frame. Or is it 9? I need to get out of my chair to see that. No, it's 0. Oh no, he is. He's in 9 points. I'm looking at the bloody break score. You have to bear with me, guys. You know what I'm like this time of night. Everything starts to shut down. The eyes go, the brain goes. I eventually don't know who's at the table. But I'll tell you one thing I do know. Barkers is up against it. Moz has got this under control at the moment. These reds are tight, and the next mistake from Barkers could be the costly one. He's made 3 unforced errors so far that have cost him. Yes, I'm like that all the time. Good evening, Keith, critical bastard that you are. we're going to get these safeties running back and forth here. Oh, Keith, you haven't seen my little intro, have you? Did you see it in Facebook? Because if you haven't seen it, I'll show it again. You all ready? Get ready. There you go, that was worth waiting to midnight to see again for the third time. Not a lot happening in this frame at the moment. Well, there's a name I don't recognise. Is that somebody in disguise? Kenny Stocks? Are you a regular viewer or are you a new viewer? I'm always interested to know. Now, what have we got happening here? Well, we've got nothing lined up, but there's always the danger of pushing a red towards this pocket here. And this is the thing I keep going back to. If you can't get cover, get distance, because it always makes it a lot more difficult. But this is how it's going to be for the foreseeable future, just back and forth. Now there is a red into the middle and a draw back for the black, but he's missed a red. And where's the red going to end up though? I think it might end up safe. Yeah, so Moz will just skim off it and try and get behind the yellow. That's the target area you're aiming for. I think he's gone too thin though. Yeah, he's gone too thin. He's still got the distance though. And once again, a quick look just to double check here. What about these two reds? Quick look at them. Well, there's a possibility that could go hitting that top red if you can skim it enough. There is a possibility. Let's see what happens. How the hell can you be at work at 20 past midnight, bedhead? Oh, it's Senny. I'm just reading further up the chat. Good evening, welcome. Well, the reds are now opening up, and if Barkers can get a good safety in here and get cover somewhere behind one of those bulk colours like the brown, the pace is good. He hasn't quite got there. But it's the same problem again for Moz, because he's going to brush the reds here. It's how thick he catches them as to whether he nudged something into play. But he's got it as thin as he can, and once again he's pretty much on the nail with the weight, and that is a good safety, although there is a shot to nothing on the red above the black. And head back down to bulk, and hopefully if he gets it, land on a colour. And if he doesn't, get behind a colour. Well, the thin edge of the red on the right hand side certainly will bring Moz back up the table. Dangerous to play the red behind the pink, or the red to the left of the pink, because he's nudging the other red into play. and that's not bad. As far up into the corner as you can get. So Moz with a 41 point lead in frame number 2. Anyway, did you reply, Bedhead, and say, oh, night shift? Well, it can't be a bloody tough night shift if you're watching Virtual Pool on a stream. That's all I'm going to say. Your boss must have gone to bed. Oh, wrong button. Sorry guys, wrong button there. I think it's that one I want. That's the one I want. Well, there's nothing like a good bit of tactics in a game of snooker. Now the reds are all open, they're all potable, and Moz has to be careful. He can certainly use the pink and the red as a stopper here with this red that he's playing. If he gets it thin enough, he won't disturb them too much, and if he's got good pace on it, he can get that distance. Well, you see, the first real error by Moz and the knuckle has done Barkers no favour, because he's blocked out on the nearest red and he's got absolutely nothing easy here. He's going to have to, can he get out of that knuckle? I don't think he can, to skim off that red. He can't get there, but he can certainly skim off the red and get down the table. That's the only real option he's got. He'd be crazy to play this red into the middle, and he has to make sure that he can get out of this jaw. I think he can, looking at as close as I can. Yep, and that is not bad. In fact, that's pretty good. Good weight. Once again, both players are pretty much in touch with the length and the safety shots, which is where you want to be. And another good reply from Moz, and that one could be the game changer or the frame changer. Let's have a look at what he's got here. Well, Barkers can just get through. He can just get the edge of the red. So this frame is going to hinge on who gets in first from this safety exchange. Is that going to be the mistake? Is the blue coming to the rescue? Let's see. No, it hasn't. And Moz has a great opportunity now. If he can cut this red and get that cue ball just up the table enough to get the black, and this is the chance he's been waiting on from that weak safety from Barkers, and Moz can clinch the frame at this visit. Well, a roll through off the rail, but let's have a look. Wrong bloody button, hang on a minute. Black doesn't go, so he's come off the reds. That's a good shot, and this frame is pretty much sealed in the next couple of shots. 50 points of lead. Still needs another couple of balls yet to secure the frame. So this black will seal the deal. Just 51 left in the table. Oh dear, well, commentator's curse. What the hell's the score? 67 points to 9. So, right, somebody do the arithmetic here. Moz needs a snooker. Sorry, not Moz. Barkers needs a snooker, doesn't he? And look where that red is at the pink. That red is in a prime position here for a snooker. He's 58 behind, isn't he? Is that right? Because I can't count at this time of night. And there's only 51 in the table, so he needs 2 snookers. But that red, the last red, is the important one where it's sitting. Because Barkers is going to pot this second last red and black, and then he has to get good. He has to either get here with the cue ball or get there with the cue ball so he can nail the cue ball to that pink. But he has to try and get distance in the red, and the further the distance he can get, the better chance you'll have of getting some points from this snooker. He has to be brave enough to hit this so he can stun it nicely in behind the pink. See, he hasn't really got it tight enough. That should have been a lot closer, but the red is wide open. So now I can count. There is 42 points in it, and 35 in the table, and of course the foul and miss doesn't come into play because Moz Barkers was needing a snooker. So now Barkers has a choice. I mean, if he pots the red and pots the black, he'll still obviously need to get a snooker. It's a question of whether he wants to risk now trying to keep the red on the table and wait for another opportunity, because there's always a chance of a free ball when that red's still in the table, but it's a risk that he might have to take, and he's decided to pot the red. He's on the black, and so no, I can't count. What, he's 37 behind. He's now 30 behind with 27 in the table, so he needs 1 snooker. I'm definitely up to date now, and well, the colours are all there, and there's good chances of getting a snooker here. You can skim off the left hand side of the yellow, try and come down behind the black. He needs to miss the pocket. Oh, disaster. That is utter disaster, and it's now going to be 2-0. A horrible mistake to make, and Moz will just clinch the frame, and it's going to be 2-0 to Moz. Well, Barkers now has made 4 unforced errors that have cost him dearly in this match. None more than that one there, when he had a good opportunity of getting a snooker, and he went off into the middle pocket, and the rest is a formality. Well, if he's going to win this tournament, and well, it has to be said he's been favourite all the way through it, but Moz came good in his last match. That was the best Moz played so far in the tournament in the last match against Stubb, and well, he's going to just be keeping it up in this match as well. He has to keep it going. He's got the lead. Remember, it's a race to 7, so it's still a long way to the finish line, and there might be an awful lot going to happen in this match before the night's out, or the morning's out, the way it's going my way. Now 25 minutes to 1 o'clock. Don't forget, guys, if you're struggling to stay with us, you can always drop by my YouTube channel tomorrow, because that's where I keep all the videos. They don't keep on Twitch. They'll be on Twitch for 14 days and then they get scrubbed, because I don't save them on there. Everything's archived on my YouTube channel, so if you get home from work tomorrow, you can watch the rest of the match there if you can't stay with us. But Barkers is in. There's reds to choose from, and he has to score. He has to make some sort of statement in this match, because things haven't gone his way so far, but pretty much all down to his own errors. So he's going to have to resolve that. And once again, that's another one. That's all gone wrong. That's not what he played. He's nudged into the pink, and now he's looking for safety. Is he going to push the boat out and go for the green? Or is he going to look to see if he can hide? Oh, once again he's took the risk and he's missed the green. But I'm going to come to his defence. It's too late at night, and when you look at the clock, and when he looks at the clock and realises he's 2-0 down and it's a race to 7, it's going to boil down to whether he's got the stomach and the consciousness to actually stay with it. But big miss there by Moz, and he's probably got away with it. Yes, he has. I'm just depending on the way these frames go, I'm just waiting on Barker's typing something to the effect that he can't stay awake and he's going to have to quit. I don't want that to happen, but it's something that could very well be in the cards, because I've got every sympathy for him having to play at this time of night, especially if he's got a job to go to in the morning. Well, let's just keep our fingers crossed. Match has now been going for an hour and 20 minutes. More or less, give or take a minute. This could be good. Good because he's going to cover the left side of the table. Has the blue covered that red? Well, it pretty much has, because you can't get back to bulk from that position, and it's going to have to be a little roll up here, I think. I'm surprised that Duffman hasn't come online to stream Moz tonight, but I think Duffman's probably got more sense than any of us, because he's probably well in his bed. This is too late at night for him to stay up to stream the match. Well, he got that red as thin as he could, which is what he needed to do, and that's a pretty good reply from Moz. That's excellent. That is a really good shot, because now Barkers is in a bit of a hole here. He's got no sight, and if he plays up to that red there, he could leave that one on. The black wouldn't be in play, so there wouldn't be a lot of points to be scored. And the old yawning's kicking in big time. So Barkers has got a good bit of thinking to do here. And I think he's just going to try and roll dead weight to one of these two reds near the black cushion here at the bottom of the screen, unless you're going to try and run into the bunch, and that'll, well, he's left a shot. And now Moz, is he going to be aggressive? Because then you're relying on luck to get on a colour with this shot. He's going to be colliding with stuff here. Oh. Well, I think he's won a watch there, because that little cannon onto the red has held him on the black. But he's not risking that cut. The green's over the corner pocket. Now this red down the rail, he's going to have to get a wee bit of backspin in the cue ball just to get up high enough to get good in the black. Doesn't want to be playing from the underside of the black. And he's pretty much got there. Now he needs a nice little kiss off this red. Well, he's still got a shot, not the red that he really played for. If the shot had worked out right, he'd have cannoned that red and held for this red, but he's just brushed off. Well, that red certainly cuts, but he's going to have to just miss the other red if he's going to finish in the black into the same pocket. I don't know how he'll manage to do it. Yeah, I think he was thinking more of that shot than the actual pot, but once again he's left nothing. Oh dear, I'm struggling now. The danger now, of course, is we've got a red in the bulk half of the table, top side, so safety isn't down at the top end of the table, it's down here. trying to remember these bloody buttons. Well, that red that's 3 up from the black, he can play the shot to nothing on it. And in it goes. He needs a bit of luck here though. Well, whatever he chooses, if it's a pot, it's a difficult one. And he's not got much of a choice of reds to get on next. Could try rolling up behind the yellow. Well, he went all out for the yellow. A brave shot, but like I say, it's going to be tough. He can roll this red in and get on the black, but he's going to be fairly close to the cushion, and he doesn't want to overhit this because these won't go in if they start rattling in the jaws. Well, that's actually finished perfect because he can go around the angles and come out for that red there. He needs to get into it a bit more. And where's the black gone? Black's gone down onto the brown spot. Pink's still at this end of the table. And this is where it's always going to be a struggle to build those points up, because he's having to move the cue ball all the time up the table to get on a colour, and that's gone wrong again. That's not where he played. He's still got a straight in blue, or he can stun the pink in, because the pink's the easiest one to get on the next red. That's really the one he has to play, because he can stun over to the right and play that loose red into this left hand corner. I think most of you guys are struggling as well, because the chat has gone very quiet. I'm thinking most of you have gone to bed. Well, he's taking the blue, but I don't think it was the right shot, because he's now left himself awkward. This is a toughie across the table. And in it goes. Once again though, he's short of pace, and it's a cut in the pink. He's going to come around 2 rails. Right, well, I don't know whether he can just drop the pink in, but there wouldn't be much benefit on it. He has to go around the rails to come this side for that red. That's the natural way it would go. It needs to get a bit more pace on it, and he's left it short again, and he's got no escape up the table because the pink's just been respotted. So he's got a dilemma here. He can probably just push through the red to play safe and leave the cue ball there or thereabouts, but if he's going to go all out for it, it's a tough red and a tough cut, and he cannot avoid running into the pack of reds, and he's probably going to be very likely not be on a colour. The safety would be the best choice. That red doesn't go, but he's got an easy safety. He can just stun the red and kill the cue ball. Well, he's chose the other option, but either way, that was his only choice, and he's scratched. And he may well be put back in by Moz. Moz might not want to risk moving anything here. He's still thinking about it. Well, the brown and the black being where they are a good target area to try and get behind. Oh, you're still there, guys. Good evening, Andy. Never noticed you. I'm barely staying awake here. Sometimes I get my second win, but I go through this shutting down process for a little while, and then things begin to kick in again. Well, Barkers has missed the red, and it's going to be another in off, and the little lead that Barkers has built up is beginning to diminish. He's still got a 12-point lead in this vital third frame. He needs to find a way to get himself into this match. Well, now the brown and black are lined up perfectly for the target area. That is where your safety zone is, if you can find it. But once again, Barkers is finding a good length on the safety. Now Moz, if he gets this right though, he's certainly going to move the red, but if he can get the cue ball right, he'll find that target zone. Well, that maybe needed a wee bit of help inside. He might get benefit of the green though. That will do his second best, and that has got Barkers in a heap of trouble again. Big time trouble for Barkers, and Moz's safety is certainly working well so far tonight. And Barkers is taking his time, because he'll do well to get a safety here where he's not going to leave Moz some sort of shot on a red. Well, he's going to get another go. Moz won't be interested in that. He's going to have a look, but I think he'd be better waiting for another opportunity. And that's exactly what he's thinking himself. Now, is that a replay? No, it isn't. So just 8 points in it now. Barkers 32, Moz 24. And he's just trying to drop behind that red. The left of the two reds. And you would think if he doesn't, at some point Moz is going to have a shot. That's not going to get there again. Well, this time Moz has a tempter, but he's going to stick Barkers back in, wait for something better. But the more chances that Barkers gets at this, the more likely he is to get it right. Just needs a minor adjustment. Well, he's giving it the old heave-ho, the old hit and hope. And, well, is the yellow coming to the rescue? That's the big question. And the answer to that is pretty much yes, I think. I don't think he can get to the potting angle of that red, but he can certainly have a go at this red. And Moz has to be careful here. And there's also the red down the right side cushion there, up towards the green. So a bit of pressure on this shot for Moz. Well, I certainly would never, I wouldn't be apologising. I never apologise in a match. As the commentator said earlier on tonight in the senior snooker tournament, you never mean it anyway if you get a fluke or anything like that. Well, this is what Barkers has been waiting for all night. A good opportunity, and the chances he has had, he's blown them, every one of them. And he's still got a 4-point lead. Now, can he build on it? Can he get this cue ball really under control and construct something here that's going to give him enough to win this frame? Wrong side of the blue, and has to avoid traffic again to get back up the table here, unless he wants to try and find some sort of way to that right hand rail. But whether he can avoid the clutter that's at the top end of the table, I don't know. I mean, there looks to be plenty of room. He could just, has he got too much angle on the blue? Yeah, he's trying to get to the rail. So it's going to be the cut on the red down the rail. And now no prizes for guessing what he should be doing here. He's only got 7 points from this visit, but he's now got a chance to put Moz in trouble. And he has to nail this cue ball to that brown. You've got to get downright mean and dirty in this situation when you've got that opportunity. The reds are sitting the way they are. It'd be a brave shot to try and just run up the table. Well, I thought he could have played the black and stunned in behind the brown, and I don't think that's that good a shot. Let's have a look. Has he got cover? Well, he has got cover. It's not as bad as I thought it was. So Moz looking to do a similar shot to what Barkers was trying earlier on, just to come in behind these two reds. But if he gets the weight right, he may well leave nothing on. Well, that angle that he's looking at, I don't know whether the middle pocket's in the way. Maybe the problem's the middle pocket and trying to get the angle, the line to get to these two reds. If you look at sort of here to come down this way, maybe that's where he's struggling. So up there, it's a difficult line to pick out to try and get to the side rail and then this bottom rail, unless you're going to try and roll to them directly. I think that's probably the best option, rather than trying to get behind them, because I think he can only work with the angle that's available to him. And well, whatever he tried there, that certainly isn't going to work, and he's going to get another go at that one. Barkers, well, is he going to put him in, or is he going to try and get the points? He's on a red. Now, can he get the top side of the blue? Yes, he can. So now, at last, he's finally got the cue ball in a position where he can control it better now and try and add to his score. Two reds behind the pink. I think they both go. Certainly one of them's enough to go, and that will free up the other one. But he's got to draw back. Pink's very tight, and now he can just stun down, little stunny draw shot off this blue, and he can certainly play for the red that's near the black spot. Might be the one behind the pink, the pace he's played that at. Or he can roll the one into the middle. Now if he plays the one near the pink, he'll brush off the pink. Doesn't know really if he's going to finish good in the pink though. That's the problem with this shot, and that's why he might be more inclined to take the red into the middle. I think that's probably the better choice of shot, because the red's not a problem behind the pink, and the angle he's got in the blue is perfect to drop onto it now. So now Barkers is on 50, Moz on 28, and Barkers is left at a wee bit short. Can he see enough of it? Yes, he can. And again, the right side of the blue, you see all the professionals doing it, and sometimes falling short and having to run in and out of balk. As long as you can get that cue ball on a string and get that top side of the blue, it makes your life a heck of a lot easier. The break is on 24, and probably the most important break of the match so far if you're in Barker's position. It's not going to be a record breaker, but it's going to be important to secure this frame and get himself off and running. he's home and dry. So Barkers is finally off the mark. Well, after our early technical problems that we had, not necessarily anything to do with me, problems seem to be at the VP4 end. We seem to be going okay now. Things have settled down, and Moz will resign the frame, and we're into frame number 3 in this race to 7. Moz from the UK, from England, but residing in Texas, and Barkers living in England. Now Barkers to break off, trailing by 1. Now this is again got to be thin, plenty of room to avoid those 2 reds in the side cushion. And he's just avoided them and no more, but he's short on pace, and Barkers looking to get something a bit better with a bit better length. And once again the same problem, is nudging the red towards the other reds, and he's missed it completely and hit the black, and he's left Moz in. There won't be a foul and miss, or at least Moz won't be taking up that option. He can stun up the table for the black or stun up for the blue, but it's another unforced error from Barkers. I think that's what, his 5th now, or his 4th. Certainly I think it's his 5th. Well, I think Moz is on nothing. Yeah, he's on nothing at all, no luck. But he can skim off the red with a bit of right hand side, round the angles. Well, he's not even risking getting back to bulk. I would have thought that would have been a better shot. He's given Barkers the easy option to get back to bulk. Moz could have played that with a bit of side just to punch the cue ball around the angles and get back up the table. And well, Barkers has played the good safety, good length again, right on the rail. And Moz, no problem with his eyes, thin contact and a good reply. Now, can Barker still see the right hand side of the table? Well, he can hit that corner red, but he may well, he has to get this pinpoint. He's hitting the top red. Hasn't got the length this time, and there's an invitation to Moz, but again he's just going to have to smash the red in and hope he gets lucky, but not willing to take that risk. Played the sensible shot, and there doesn't seem to be any plants on or anything like that, looking at the reds. Now this could be the Cliff Thorburn dump shot. Just send the red up the table and leave the cue ball down on this bottom cushion here. But if he's going to try and get back to ball, he has to get this extremely thin to avoid the risk of running into those two reds in the right hand cushion. The dump shot would be hitting the red that side, leaving the cue ball here and sending the cue ball up the table, the red up the table. He's going for the edge, he's clipped to red, and the danger now is that red's now in play, either of them are. But the problem immediately for Barkers is he's going to have to draw into this red to get up the table for a colour. Going to have to play this with a bit of power. And that is a well controlled shot. And now he can play into an area up here where if he's close to the rail he's got that one. If he goes down low enough he's on either of those two reds here, or even lower he's on that one. But once again he's going to have to work the cue ball because the black and pink are out the game at the moment where they're sitting. Although the black will go into that baulk corner pocket if you want to risk that at some point, get it back on its spot. Well, he may well just be running for safety after this one, because all he can do is roll the red in. Well, he's been aggressive, trying to get up the table. And now the shot is on the yellow off the end cushion down this side for that red there, or if he goes far enough down any of those two reds. But he's left it short. He's short by about 2 feet. Still got a cut on it, but he's going to run into stuff here. And of course the common sense comes into his head and knows that it's not worth the risk just trying to pot a red for the sake of it when you've got virtually no chance of getting on a colour. So content to play the safety shot, which was the right one to play. Has he left a shot on here? Can he see enough of that red to pot it? That one there. That's very tight. I think he can just get to it. Moz is giving it a serious look. No, and I think he's thinking better of it. Yeah. Well, he's looking again. He might have made his mind up. No. Well, cue ball needs to keep running. And Barkers can play the shot to nothing, cut the red in, and run the cue ball back up the table, and hopefully for his sake land on it. Depending on the pace he plays it at, but more than likely to land on one of the baulk colours, yellow, green or brown. Well, he's played it softly, wrong side of the blue. Could play the yellow again and play the same shot as we mentioned earlier. Forward off the end rail, back down for the red at the back of the bunch. Well, he's got there, and he's certainly not on any of these two reds, but he's going to cause a bit of damage here with this one, and needs to get that cue ball drawn up the table to get on a colour. He's broke the pink out. A red's gone into baulk. He's going to be cueing over the black for a shot in the pink, and just needs to kill the cue ball, unless he wants to run up the table for that red in baulk. Good evening, welcome. That's another new name. Well, in goes the pink. And Moz already with a little lead, now trying to build on it. Pink's on the black spot, I think. Well, you're welcome. Welcome to Virtual Pool 4 Online. I think he's gone. Has he gone far enough? Yes, he has. He can pot the red. Now, if he's brave enough, he can stun across into those two reds and try and hold for that pink. But he's on the red in baulk, so he's going to take care of that first. Sensible thing to play again. Tidy up the mess at the other end of the table first of all, and then he can work down on what's available at the bottom end. So the match has been up and running for 2 hours, and we're in the 4th frame. We had that technical problem early on, which now seems to have been resolved. Now, still on that red. Now again, he's actually got a better angle to play the shot I'm talking about. He can stun into the two reds and hopefully land on the pink here with this shot. And that has worked out perfect. Absolutely perfect. That's exactly what he wanted. And now he's in prime position here. The black's in play into the bottom left hand corner pocket, and every red is in play, and Moz has a very good chance here to open up the 2-frame gap again. Red little roll in, pink into the right middle, and if he gets the right angle in the pink, he can drop behind any of those reds near the black. Let's have a quick look at what we have this side. Well, if he lands anywhere here, he has to be good to get on any of those two, but if he rolls through, he's on one of them there, that side. And if he stuns up, he can get on the pink or black off this red. So everything's looking good here in the position he's got himself. Well, that's maybe a wee bit more than he wanted. He's still on the blue. I presume he played for the blue. He could have been playing for the pink, but maybe just overhit it. But he's still in good shape here. Break goes to 31. Now, ideally, he wants to just punch this red in a wee bit here to get the cue ball out for the pink. Well, he's drawn up the table. Is that pink? Does it go? Oh yeah, plenty of room. That's even better. Needs to go up. I think he's almost got there. No, he hasn't. And he could have played for that pink, that red below the black spot, and now he's on nothing. He's got a thin cut here, and that cue ball, well, he can come back and avoid the pink and the reds, but he needs a bit of luck now to get on a colour. It needs to keep running. That will do, and now he can play the shot that will take him down the right hand side of the table for the red below the black. Like I say, to get on any of those two reds, he needs to be, well, really accurate. There only one of them will go from this side, and you have to be up here somewhere. So this is the one he's playing for. But if you get this side of the reds down here, you've got a red into the middle. I think he's overhit that, has he? Yes, he has. Just a bit too much juice on it. So now a little skim off the red and try and find cover behind the brown. Nope. Well, again, I don't know why he didn't want to play the shot down into ball, but he's left Barkers a simple enough safety shot. You can just push the red to the rail, and well, he's trying to get around the corner, but that's a poor one because he's left Moz on. It's a thin cut into the middle, but cue ball will come out, and he should be on a colour, whether it be the pink or the blue. Well, he's trying to hold for the black, and that's a good one. That is perfect. And the little soft stunny draw, and Moz now is home and dry. So another Poor safety there by Barkers has cost him the frame, and Moz now goes back to the 2-frame lead. Well, that's another name I don't recognise. There's a few new names I've seen in the chat tonight. You are all welcome. And Mo's just gone through the formalities here. Now, for anybody who may well be watching this, a little plug for Virtual Pool 4 Online. Virtual Pool 4 Online has been up and running for 7 years certainly, and the online version of the game is free to download from Celerus.inc, or if you just Google Virtual Pool 4 you'll find a Celerus website, and you can create an account and you download the online client and you can join the Virtual Pool 4 lobby, where you will play as a gratis player. That is a player that will have a house queue for playing pool, and a house queue for playing well, any of the games, but you are limited to, I think, just a couple of games. I think one of them's 8 ball, the other one's 9 ball, and if there's a third one I can't remember what it is, but and you can only play in challenge rooms. However, you can pay 99 cents and you can have a month's registration to try the full game out, which will give you all the rooms available, and not only that, all the tables and all the games, which there are about, what, 21 games, different billiard and pool games, including snooker obviously. And if you wanted, you can subscribe for a full year for only $9.99, which is well worth it. And well, most of these guys that you'll see online have all played various virtual pool games over the years. I've been playing them since 1995, since the very first one came out. And so we move into the early hours of the morning here in the UK. It's 1:26 AM and the match has been going for 2 hours and 10. Well, I don't know whether you mean he wants to get to bed, but I mean, he's had chances, but Moz has kept it tight and made it difficult for Barkers. And as I alluded to earlier, I think Barkers is far too tired to be playing this match at this time of the morning. It all gives Moz the advantage, bearing in mind he's now based in Texas. But having said that, Barkers agreed to the time slot, so you know, you can't argue with it. If he's made that choice and agreed to the time the time the match started, well, You know, he's got nobody to blame but himself. But it's now become very tough to keep this break going, and he's looking to just run for cover, I think. Get this thin. Well, he actually got that too thin. I think he was trying to find a line in behind the brown there, but that has now exposed a red. And Moz is going to have a go. Well, you see, that's the thing about when you talk about hardcore, and I've said this time and time again. You wonder why I mean, most nights there isn't 80 in the lobby. Most nights you'll get 50 odd people playing Virtual Pool 4. The biggest problem is that if you look at the other games, and the perfect example is that 8-ball pool game on Facebook. If you go into that game, it's one of these which best can be described, and again I'm coming from a Virtual Pool 4 opinion, it can be best described as one of these crappy top-down viewing one-dimensional pool games, which they probably cost next to nothing to make, but you've got thousands of people playing it. Thousands of people play that game. There's guys with videos online with hundreds of people watching them play that game, because there's no, and I'll tell you why, because there's no real skill involved in playing it. You've even got the tracking line to help you aim the cue ball, and it all goes back to this instant gratification. People want success without ability and without talent and knowledge, and the thing about Virtual Pool 4 is you don't get any of that. And as you mentioned, it is hardcore. You don't have tracking lines, you don't have any of that stuff. This is as hardcore as you're going to get it in playing an online pool or billiard game. You don't get any of that assistance, and anything that you gain from this game is what you learn either over the years playing it or watching it, or what you've learned in real life when you play pool or snooker. And that's why there are guys at every level that play this game. Although it is a hardcore few people that play it, it sorts out the men from the boys. The thousands that play these top-down pool games, that's what they want. They can't stand the punishment that they would get in actually stepping up to what is a far better quality product than these cheap games that cost you nothing on every website that you'll find online, and Facebook being one of them. You'll never draw that amount of people to this game. Never. In fact, most of them, as I've said, who are interested in this game are still of the same opinion that they want instant gratification. They will have bought the offline game and they'll play it, and they'll play the artificial intelligence, and they'll have the game set to their preference with track lines, ghost ball, anything like that, and get that success that they want offline. This guy Barkers, I hadn't heard of him until this tournament started. I've never seen him playing online, and he may well be a hardcore offline player who may well play he has to play in real life as well, I would assume, or he has done it at some point, because he certainly knows what he's doing. but he may well be a player that plays an awful lot offline. MozUK08 is probably the best example of that. That's pretty much all he does. Winning the world championships in the offline game and perfecting his skill, and had he been in this tournament, he would have probably won it, because he plays the game to the highest level of all, of pretty much the most recent players I've seen. But he's got other outside interests that keep him away from the game as well. But as I say, these hardcore players like myself, hardcore from the point of view we've played it over a number of years, and I used to play it an awful lot myself in earlier versions, but now as time goes by, life changes, job changes, time that you start your job, all of that stuff cuts out the amount of time you have to play. So as much as I still enjoy a game of cowboy, it usually is only in my days off, early in the morning when the guys from the States are on, and that's really and honestly about all I get to play nowadays, but I still enjoy it. But there are dozens and dozens and dozens of people play Virtual Pool 4, but all offline. Some have come online, found it difficult, and then they never come back. And that's why it's so difficult to draw customers to a game where you need to be prepared to learn, watch and learn, if you're going to be prepared to stick with it as well, because you won't get instant success. You have to work for it, and you have to be prepared to learn. If you're prepared to do all of that stuff, you'll enjoy it, and you'll start winning. And this time Barkers has got the initiative. He's got a slender lead. It's only 4 points. Big target area for Moz to get to though. Could go 2 rails in behind the bunch here, and that'll pretty much do it. And now the little skim off the red with a bit of left hand side, just a tad, just to help the cue ball down the table. I mean, you could hit it plain ball and it will still run, but it depends where you want to go. He's played it with a bit of left, and now Barkers, let's have a look at that shot from here. I don't know whether this is a shot to nothing. I don't know whether you can see enough of it, but he can certainly hit that red in the end. But he needs to hit it hard enough that it's not going to hang about over that corner pocket, especially if he's going to try and bring the cue ball back to baulk. Let's just have a look. Yeah, he's overcut it, but he's overcut it the right way, because the red's gone safe, and the cue ball is a good length as well. Well, Shooter's Pool has drawn a number of very good Virtual Pool 4 players away from Virtual Pool 4. There's at least half a dozen what you would call regular Virtual Pool 4 players that I know, half a dozen and more, that now reside on the dark side, if you want to call it, over in Shooter's Pool. Oh, the knuckle is going to stop the length in the cue ball, but I don't think there's any damage done. But there is again a shot to nothing here for Moz. He's not looking at it. I don't know why, because that red that was second below the pink was a shot to nothing to get that cue ball into ball, but also with a strong chance of potting it. And this is what Barkers may well play right now. And there's the difference. Barkers has played the shot to nothing. He's got the length of the cue ball and he's going to nail Moz in behind that green. And playing this shot, what you should do is zoom in as close as you can, and then play the little push to the green. It gives you a wee bit more accuracy and touch, and would have probably gotten him a bit tighter than he has done there. He's given Moz enough room to get out of there and try and play this red at the back of the black. I think he's got the angle to try and get there. Oh dear, the yawning started big time. Oh. Well, that's going to skim the black, but more importantly, he's left the red on, and this is the opportunity that Barkers has been biding his time for, and that good little snooker behind the green has given him his chance, but the angle's going to take him up towards the blue again, or one of the bulk colours. Now, has he got the spin on it to get up the table? Well, he's dead straight, so at best he's going to roll through to here as close as he can go to leave that red. Pink doesn't go. Well, he's gone far enough across this side and he can get the red below the other two, but he needs to keep at the table here. Well, where does the black go? Well, that black, I think that's what's worrying him. The black is going to spot, but the red isn't a problem. He can just squeeze it around the angles there. He hasn't gone far enough. He's underhit that. He had a big margin there to get that cue ball to here, which is where he should have been. He's now making it a bit more difficult for himself. And now, same problem again, wrong side of the blue this time. And he's only got one red to play for, and he can come down the left hand side off this yellow. It's all about the pace. Oh, he's decided in the draw then. He must have been too straight. He's overcooked that, but he's overcooked it enough that he's got the red in the middle. Now, he's only got a 29 point lead. I don't know whether he can run through and avoid the red. I think at worst he'll just skim off it. I think he can go straight through and avoid it altogether by looking at the angle and get up for that blue. And now he has the angle. I think he's going to have to thump this to get big stun into it to try and disturb something here. Well, that's not perfect. The other red is still pretty much safe, so he's looking to run for cover, and he's brought that red out. I don't think Moz will risk that. He'll try and just push the red towards the black, and then just try and get that good length in the cue ball again, somewhere up behind the brown if he can, or even the green. Well, he's going all out for the cut, but not a lot to be gained from it. As I say, the problem there now is he's nudged the black, and he's only gained the advantage in the fact that he can play a good snooker here. Which is what he should be doing. And there's a strong chance of a free ball as well if Barkers can't get out of this. Oh, he's left enough of a gap for Barkers just to come off the bottom cushion and run dead weight towards the red. If he does that, he's not going to leave anything on. Just a dead weight roll. And Moz could have played that better. Well, he's decided not dead weight, and that's what's going to happen. He's left Moz with a shot. I think Barkers would have been better to run it dead weight. Okay, would have left Moz an easy safety off it again, but at least he wouldn't have risked opening up the red. And Moz isn't going to risk it. Trying to sneak behind that yellow, but I think he's just going to skim out. Now, what's Barkers faced with here? Well, he can play the shot to nothing, because he can come around the angles and get back down the table, or he can go that side, but he has to avoid the black and still play the pot. And how's his luck? Well, Moz will be going for this. He's trailing by 34, and there's 35 in the table, and if Moz does go for it, he's going to have to get on that black. And let's face it, the black's not actually perfect. He might actually punch the red around the table and just try and leave the cue ball down this bottom end here behind the black. No, he's going for it. And he's hung it. And it's Barkers now got a chance to get another frame in the board. And this will pretty much clinch it. And the difficulty, as I say, was not so much potting the red, but how good you were going to get in the black, because Moz had to get the black. And so the frame is secured, and just a roll in the yellow, and he's on the green automatically. Well, I thought this match would have gone a bit quicker than it has, but it has ended up fairly tactical. We've had that technical issue at the beginning, and we are now 2.5 hours into the match, and we've played 5 frames of snooker in 2.5 hours, which is fairly slow going. That's perfect. Absolutely perfect. Little angle in the pink. And so it's Barkers now to break in frame number 6, trailing by 1. I'm surprised none of these two guys have had to take a bathroom break. I made sure I took one before the match started. A mid-session interval. Once again, Barker's finding good cover behind the green. That covers the two reds on the right side, and I think the blue is covering that left side as well. Now it's a touching ball, top left hand side of the HUD, so Barkers can just play up the table and try and get a more accurate safety in behind the yellow. No, he's just trying to roll to the corner. I'm worried about covering the red into this corner pocket. Now, has he got cover? Let's have a quick shifty round. No, he hasn't. I think Moz can almost get there. Looking at that, yeah. Well, he thinks he has to dig down. I don't think he needs to. I think he needs to just hit it straight through. I think he can see enough of it without doing anything. And he's proved me right. And what's more, I thought he was on the black. The black's a lot tighter than it looked to be there. Yeah, that was always going to be tough at long distance. Barkers comes to the table with again a difficult opening red to get on a colour, because we've seen how difficult the black is. The black's a no-no. I don't know what the hell button I pressed there. I don't know what button I pressed there, but I think that was Barker's, not Barker's channel, Duffman's channel. Duffman normally, or has done, streamed pretty much all Moz's matches in this tournament, but tonight I think is a bit too late for him. And Barker's having to do all that hard work trying to force the blue in to get back up for the reds, and he's got on the red to the right of the black as we look, and Moz now can nudge the black and leave it into the opposite left hand corner pocket. Now is the black going to spot? If not, it will go to the blue spot, because that red looks to be sitting pretty much on the black spot, but Moz has misjudged it. But there is no damage done because the black's a blocker. That red would have been a cut back anyway, so just again head up the table. Oh dear. Oh, Mr. Chaplin's arrived in the stream. Well, in the room, sorry, not the stream. Well, I can see the way this is going to end up. It's staring you right in the face. These reds are going to start gathering over towards the black, but the black isn't completely blocking the pocket. Anything that skims past the black on the left hand side is potable, but the reds are going to gradually nudge towards the black until that pink eventually covers the remaining reds. Well, Barkers hasn't gained any advantage with that shot. Oh, the red skimmed in behind the black, and what's more, Moz has left the cue ball way short. Now there's enough room for the red to go behind the black, but is it going to hit that red enough so that it doesn't just push it to the top of the jaw there? Yeah, well, the red's gone in, but unfortunately for Barkers, he's got no shot in a colour apart from trying to drop the cue ball onto this black cushion at the bottom of the screen, or trying to avoid a collision and get up the table. Well, he's left Moz with a couple of reds. Well, yes, he's certainly got one. He could have played the red to the left of the pink, but he'd be running into stuff there. But he can play this and bring the cue ball up the table to balk. Well, that's going to go at the knuckle, and it's left on. Well, now he'll be hampered over the red, but he's got a simple enough blue, and leave that red into the opposite middle. And now looking to get in shape. Probably wants to try and get that black on its spot, and he can do that off this red. Can just draw back off the red, get the black on the spot, and the only problem though is all of these reds are awkward. Well, he's playing for the blue, and he's just going to have to gently roll the blue in if he does that to leave that red there. But other than that, the only other red he's got is that one, which means again he's running into stuff and can't guarantee he's going to be good in a colour. So we've got to keep it simple, take what's there to start with. Well, he's looking at any of these reds here, but there is absolutely nothing worth looking to get on this side. They're all awkward. The ideal ball he wants to get on would have been the pink, to try and then break into the reds. And now he can only play on one red, and that's that one to the right of the pink. So he's got too much angle in the blue. It's going to have to be a good shot. The chances are he's going to be playing a safety after this though. Oh, that is tight. Yeah. Well, he'll be brave if he tried to cut that one. He's got to play safe, but the difficulty is he's nudging that red. He's managed to nudge it into the other one. And now we're going to have another safety exchange here. Got to avoid the black when trying getting back to ball. And I don't think Moz could have got that any thinner. And that will do nicely. Another chance for Moz, a shot to nothing if he wants to risk it. Cut one of those reds to the right hand corner. Avoid the black, get the cue ball back towards the bulk end. And in it goes. Now it needs to bounce. Now it has nothing to do with the cue ball other than just to let it roll through, because that red behind the black goes. So just a roll in, dead weight. Oh, it wiped its feet, but in it goes. And now Moz has a good chance here to pick off some points. Still trailing by 7, so nothing in it at the moment. I need to check my my bedside phone to see if the alarm is unset. I can't remember whether it is or it isn't, but it's due to go off in half an hour's time at 2:30 in the morning. Let me just check. Well, I did the right thing, because the alarm was set to go off. So that prevents that ringing in the middle of the match. As Moz overhit that. Oh, that's very, very tight. I think he's just overdone it. Yeah. So Moz with a 17-point lead, and more importantly a 3-frame-to-2 lead. This time Moz has been given the opportunity to get way up the table, and this looks good. It's a good line. Oh, the spin's just taking it out behind the brown, and it's a free go here for Barkers, and all the reds are there for the taking. And if Barkers can get this red and get on a colour, probably the blue or the green or brown, maybe even the pink, depending on the weight he plays this at, because I think the pink goes. No, it doesn't, and he's missed the red. Well, again, it's a shot for Moz. And that was a good chance there for Barkers. He might pay the price if Moz can get this in and get on a colour. He's certainly on the blue, and he can drop down. I don't know whether he can play this soft enough to hold for any of the two reds below the pink, but he can certainly get on the red on the bottom cushion here. And now it's a chance for Moz to clinch the frame. Well, he's taking the pink, I think, and he'll be nudging those two reds. And that will do. And now he's looking favourite for the frame. Needs to stun this in. And the stun could have done with been a wee bit harder, but no real damage done. You can get up for the pink. And so Moz has a 50 points to 17 lead and counting. And this pink will secure the frame. And so Moz is going to open the gap again to 4 racks to 2. And he's more than halfway home in this race to 7. But Barkers had his chance. If he'd got that red, these could all have been his, and we would have been all square. So Barkers will concede the frame, and we'll be into frame number 7. This looks a good line behind the green again. It pretty much is, I think. Let's have a look. Well, just enough of the edge of that red showing. Again, it can be a shot to nothing here. He's hit it. He's hit it soft enough, needs to get cover, but he hasn't. So straight away Moz can get off and running. Mind you, he's going to have to get lucky to get on a colour. Needs to find a way behind that black and red. There's certainly plenty of room. Oh, he's hit the black. Didn't want that. Well, safety off the brown, I would think. Just try and drop behind the yellow. Is Moz thinking the black into the middle? No, he's just running for cover. Again, I think the easier shot would have taken him up behind that yellow. I think Moz is going to just be content to keep things tight, not take any risks. He's got the 4 frame to 2 lead. He just needs to get good safeties in, and that is what I call a good safety. Big target area for Barkers to get to the pack, but maybe a wee bit more difficult because of that yellow, as he's gone across 2 rails. But he's, I think, left a red on, has he? Yes, I think he has. Or has he? Yeah. Just enough room, and he can drop through and find a gap between those 2 reds to get on the black. You can certainly brush through those reds, try and hold for the black. Well, he's went to stun up the table. He missed the red, and once again he's gotten away with it. But it's a break of 32 and a lead of 33, so it's a good start in this frame for Moz. And already Barkers is trying to stem the tide. think Stubbs gone to his bed. Well, tell a lie, it's not that late for him, but I think Stubbs had enough. I've almost had enough as well. I'm going to have a long lie-in tomorrow, I can assure you I will. And the match is now just short of 3 hours, 2:13 in the morning, and we could be here a while yet. It's all a question if I can stay conscious. Let's just say it's going at a fairly pedestrian pace. Well, Barkers has missed another one, and this time though, he's not got away with it. Well, this is a perfect opportunity now on the angle in that pink to disturb these reds. Needs a bit of luck. Well, he's got one and got to stun through the gap to get up the table. He's played that pretty well. He can have another go. Can he? No, he can't. I thought he could still pot that pink. Oh, it will go. I think I'd still be playing the pink here. I don't know whether he's given that a second look, because that pink goes. Black's now out the game. And Steve's had enough as well. He's away to get his dinner. I don't know whether, well, there is the cut back, and Moz now with a 50-point lead, not prepared to take the risk. Just going to use the black as a stopper and get that cue ball right up the table. And keep Barkers well away from the business end, making it very difficult. So we're now past the 3-hour mark, and I am going rapidly downhill. the red has crept out. He needs to get help from that brown, and I don't think he's got it. And so Moz is in again with a chance. Well, he can certainly get up the table after this red. And there are two reds to get on, and he's missed the yellow, and he hasn't really gone far enough, but Barkers does have a shot, but he's trailing by 51 points, so it's a tall order to get back in this frame. Oh, that's a good shot. Oh, that's a good shot. Taking the pink, because the little roll through will leave him on one of the reds. Well, Barkers is right in here, and he has to make this count. Trailing 4-2, he's got a lot of work to do, but he really has to make it count. Black down onto the blue spot. He has to either go through on this red and leave the pink into this middle pocket that's nearest us. Well, he's going through far enough to try and get onto the blue. Can just drop that in, finish on the red below the pink. So blue is on the black spot, black is on the blue spot. Well, it's been hard work to get to 29, but he's leaving himself no choice here really but to dig in behind that yellow. That is the shot to play. I mean, there's no colour is easy here, and of course he's playing for position on that red down by the blue, and if he doesn't get the colour, he's pretty much lost the frame, and he's got an easy snooker. He should be rolling it off the end rail in behind the yellow. Well, is that good enough? Yes, it is. And of course, there's the danger of the free ball. If Moz can't get a clean hit here. Thing is, if he plays it right and he misses the red and he finishes over here, then it's not a free ball. But he's certainly leaving a shot in the red if he does. I can't stop yawning. My body's in shutdown mode. And the more I try to stop yawning, the more I keep yawning. Well, that is probably the best thing that happened there for Moz. He's gone in off, and he's left it perfectly safe. But Barkers can stun this red. He's got to be careful with the pace, but he can keep the cue ball near the blue, or he can push the red towards the blue and take the cue ball back up the table. So he has a choice of what he's going to do. He's taking the second choice. And that is a good shot, although it can be chipped with a little bit of help and spin off the end rail. What time's that? 2:26 AM. That's a good one. That is a good shot by Barkers. Not a difficult one to hit though. Now where's this cue ball going to finish? It's going to finish on the red, and so Barkers has another chance to try and clinch this frame, but he's still chasing, remember. He's still 37 points to 51 behind. This is crucial. Barkers with a 2-point lead. Well, I'm gonna hang in to the very end. I mean, this could go all the way. It's what, 2:30 in the morning. We could certainly be here to 4 o'clock in the morning. And we've played 7 frames. We're into frame number 8, and Moz still has that 1 frame lead. I've actually been dozing in the chair once or twice. I've sort of been semi-conscious in parts of the match, more so right now than any other time. Oh, it was always going to be a pot in the red, but no guarantee of any colour. Still a few reds here for Moz to pick off, build up the score. So the break goes to 40, and he's got the wrong angle on the black. Can only really come back for the red into the baulk corner pocket. And he's pretty much straight on this as well. Well, if he's going to play this shot, I think he's going to think better of it. He's got a good lead, 47. I thought he was thinking of cutting the red and smashing into the reds, but too high risk. No point. Protect your points and play a half decent safety, and cue ball is everything but in that corner pocket. Yeah, it wasn't easy, but in this situation, Barker's trying to create something to get in the frame, and all he's going to do is give Moz another simple starter and at least another 8 points. Oh, Moz drawing back to get on the black, misses a red. No damage done, I don't think. Well, it's a lead of 47 points here for Moz in frame number 8, and it's another red that adds to the tally. And once again, he should be rolling up to the yellow, trying to get it as tight as he can. And it might be 2 rails again, right rail, left rail, and into the side of the pack, but he's totally misjudged that one. Now, there's not a great deal of worth in putting Barkers back in, because he'll probably get it right this time. Moz had an easy safety, skimming off the red and get it right down into baulk. This time he's hit the blue. Same again though. And Moz quite happy to put him back in and take these points. All the time it builds the lead even more. This time he's got the line. And that will do it. And it's now a 57-point lead. So the match just falling short of 3.5 hours, and it's 2:42 in the morning here in Bonnie, Scotland, and I'm at well, I am drained and ready for bed. Well, I was 2 hours ago, let alone where I am now. Well, the opening red, but not a great deal available after Moz plays a colour. Probably just better playing safe again. Could take the pink and run up the table and back down for the red to the left of the black spot though. But all the time that he doesn't take those risks, it just means that Barkers gets less and less opportunities to get back into the frame. Well, you see, I would actually, I was in two minds there to go and get a coffee, but then by the time that kicks in, the match could end up being over, and then and then I can't get to sleep. Well, this time the first mistake really by Moz in this frame, with a 50 whatever it is, 58-point lead, and the blacks now locked up with the reds. And I think Barkers, trailing by 58, really needs to try and smack into these and get lucky on this shot. I don't know whether it's that good an angle. The red's tight in the pocket, and that's why he's managed to do, well, that red's done him a favour. It's run back into the reds, it's opened up another one, and he's got a shot in the pink where he can actually stun into the reds again if he wants. But it's another tall order to get back into this frame. He's going to, he's looking at the blue. I don't see the problem with taking the pink, because he can run through and leave the open red. He's gone the other way for the red into the opposite middle. But again, he's either going to stun it in to try and play stun down for the pink into the other middle, or run through and across for the blue, and I think he's in between here. Well, he's pretty much so. Now that angle he's got in the pink though will do nicely to stun in to at least one of the reds. He needs to play this, I think, fairly gentle because he wants to keep the red in play, and he's done that. Break goes to 20, still trailing by 38. Needs to keep going, get a nice kiss, and now he's out of line, and he's going to have to try and get a decent safety in. Yeah, trying to get in behind the brown or the yellow. How's that look? There's just an edge of that red showing. Black will act as a stopper. Well, he's actually caught it as thin as he could. Where's the cue ball going? Well, Barkers is going to have a chance. Well, this is a crucial shot in the frame up until now. And then the other thing is that that blue has gone safe on the left hand rail, and that may well come to Moz's rescue if it gets that far. But Barker's taking his time to get loaded up on this red, and if he plays the right shot he'll be on the pink or black, and that will do. Okay, he's close to the cushion, but he's got absolutely nothing to do but just roll through for the last red. Could have done with going a wee bit more. He's just left that little awkward angle, but the angle's good enough though to get up the table for the pink again. Don't know whether he wants to try holding it for the black. And he's hung the red, and what's more, he's left it on, and that may well be Barker's chance gone. So that now gives Moz the 30-point lead. Barker's already needing a snooker, and the 7 will secure the frame for a 5-2 lead. Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do now, guys, for anybody that's still there. I think there's probably only you there, Andy. I am going to let the match play on, and I'm going to head down and get a cup of coffee on the boil, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Right guys, I am back. I've got my coffee and we're into frame number 9 and Moz with a 5-3 lead, and again it looks like a cagey start, but Barkers has got a choice of reds. Now can he find some way of putting something together again? But he's been chasing Moz's tail all the way through this match, right from the start. So we are rapidly approaching 3 AM in the morning. Match has been going on for 3 hours 40. That was always a good thing about the old tournament system in VP3. I mean, it was just a manual tournament system, but the biggest benefit from it was the fact that you know, the game and the tournament system weren't an all-in-one system like this is. So therefore, whenever I ran the Virtual World Snooker Championship, it was over the full duration. It was the proper distance. You know, first to 10 in round 1, first to 13 from round 2 up to the semi-finals, then first to 17 in the semis, and then the first to 18 in the final. But of course, the biggest advantage that the guys had is that they didn't have to finish the match in one session. They could play an agreed amount of frames, have like a mid-session interval, come back the next day or later on that day and finish the match if they wanted. But you can't do that in Virtual Pool 4, which is another reason why this is probably about the longest you would dare have in a final in a snooker tournament, or what you would call a major snooker tournament, because, you know, we're dragging on, we're well on towards 4 hours and more just to get this done. And when you consider that Ronnie O'Sullivan played that first round match against Tep Chayun Nu, and how long did it last? About an hour and 40 minutes or something for 11 frames of snooker, and that was just incredible. Well, Barkers has only got 20 points on the board. His visit was only 16, which is not enough. I'll just mute the mic so you don't hear me slurping this coffee. Well, you see there, I was talking when I had the mic muted, and I was about to mute it to have another drink, so now I'm getting confused as to whether the mic's muted or not. I've got a big tea mug that I rarely use, but this thing here that I've got holds more than half a pint. So when I don't have a second cup of coffee, but I usually have a second cup of tea. Now I need to remember to mute it. And Moz taking the chance to break things up, but only running into the one red. And well, it's the one that he can go for, but he's going to have to let that cue ball run right up the table, because if he falls short to hold for like the blue, then if he misses a red, he's going to leave a shot in those two reds, and that's why he's played it with a bit of pace. And he's gone to the left side of the table there, but I think that other red's been left on, and so we're tied all square at 20 points all. In frame number, where are we, 9? Well, I sat and watched that whole afternoon session of that match, and I've never seen anything like it in my life. Never seen anything like it. I mean, I was up. I mean, you saw the guys in the studio. They showed you a clip of Parrott and Davis jumping out of their seats. I mean, I was sitting there thinking, you know, what the hell's going to happen next in this frame? I mean, I was really gutted for McGill. When he was trying to get out of that snooker, he was trying his damnedest to pick the line. It was so difficult, and he gave away like 20 odd points. And then of course we had the red over that middle pocket, and the two of them are trying to bank from the bulk end of the table. They're trying to bank from there just to drop that red into the middle, and Kyron Wilson clips the red and it still doesn't drop in, and then McGill gets it. Oh dear. And then of course Kyron Wilson plays a poor safety in the green, punches it around the table. He knows it's going to go over the bottom left hand corner pocket, and then the more he looks at the shot and the weight of the shot, he sees the greens heading towards the pocket. Unbelievable. I was more than gutted for McGill, and I think the fact that I mean, there was a lot of talk going on about the fact that McGill hadn't scored a century up to that match, but it wasn't so much that. In terms of match play, McGill was excellent most of the time. When he was getting in, he was generally scoring decent enough breaks, and then you just begin to wonder whether McGill would have given a better stab at it in the final against O'Sullivan, because O'Sullivan never played good in the final at all. He never played, you know, he wasn't playing out of his skin. He was missing a fair few balls, but he was missing a lot less and making a lot less mistakes than Kyron Wilson. So it's not a final that's going to go down in history as the most exciting to watch. But the two semi-finals, the match with Selby and what do you call him, O'Sullivan, was a great match as well. It was so annoying. In fact, I've not even seen those last three frames that between O'Sullivan and Selby, because when the session started, it started at, you know, just the back of 7 at night, or 7:30, whatever it was. So I could barely watch like 45 minutes of it, and then I had to go to bed. And when I went to bed, it wasn't looking that promising for O'Sullivan. But by all accounts, he found a way to get through it. Well, I think certainly Kyron Wilson had went through, was on the rack in that match with McGill. He certainly was. Well, Moz trying for the thin clip in the red, and now Barkers with an easy starter, a 37-point lead, and just this red to secure another frame and to get back within one. How many did you say was still, when I went for my coffee you typed something but I didn't quite read it clear? Was it none on YouTube or 8 still on YouTube at this time of night? I would imagine most of those people are people that have just stumbled across the stream, probably stateside. Yeah, I think people are losing the will to live. But as I say, anybody who's started watching the match, you can always watch the rerun tomorrow. It'll take a fair few hours for the video to be fully processed to full HD, but it will eventually appear on my channel. And meanwhile, Barker's just finishing off this frame. Well, this next frame, as far as Barkers is concerned, is now the most important frame in the match, because it's going to see Moz get to within one, or we're going to see Barkers battle his way back into the match to get it all square. Well, it's now 3:12 AM here, and it's Barkers to break in frame number 10. Now, is he going to get cover behind that green? Yes, I think he has. Yeah, just the edge of the red on the top right as we're looking. But of course that isn't very inviting for Moz, because if he was to go around the angles and finish up in the bottom left here by the green, or beyond the green to the left side, he may well leave a shot on that red nearest that corner pocket. What are you talking about, Stubb? Because he's usually the only one on Facebook. Occasionally Keith drops by on Facebook, but Stubb's usually the one with very low standards to be on Facebook. Apart from the fact that I've got the weird problem I've got with Facebook is I've got no way of setting my video quality to HD or to full HD. The highest setting that will allow me to set it to 720. Yet I've watched other guys, particularly that guy Moddy that does live streams on Shooter's Pool, and I think his videos are 1080, and I don't know how he does it. I went through all the settings in Facebook and I can't get it to stream in 1080 for some weird reason. I don't know why. Well, red over the baulk corner pocket, but to get there, Barkers would have to have taken on a colour, so he's just looking to keep safe, and that's the safest possible place, unless Moz is going to risk this tough red on the left hand side. That green, I think, is doing its job for the left hand side of the table as we look down, so just play off the red. Now, same problem for Barkers. Is he lining up this long red for the black, or is he looking for alternative means? Is he going to be enticed into risking this? Is it time for him to step his game up and prove his worth? The accolade of being the favourite for the tournament. Moz has certainly gotten stronger as the tournament's gone on. He's got the red. How good is he on the black? Well, he's got the black as well, and he can certainly, if he wants to be aggressive, maybe now's the right time to try and get into those reds and open up a few more, and hopefully for his sake land on one. Or is he going to try and pick one out? Well, that's what he's trying to do, and he's missed the black. And he's left Moz lying on a fairly straight one, but he has to make sure he gets the cue ball out of there to get on that black. Now what's been left here is you're going to try and squeeze past that red. I don't think so. I don't think he's got anything on here. Can't get to any of the reds that will give him a pot. Well, there's a really tough one, a really tough cut into the right middle, but that is very high risk. And once again, with that red being in bulk, the only safer zone is over in the left hand corner. Now I suppose, well, this is the one thing you don't do, but Barkers could try and half-heartedly go for a double on that red. I think it would squeeze past the green, but no, he's no daft enough to do that. Let's see what he's left this time. Well, this time he hasn't got the cover, and it's a straight in red for Moz. Well, I don't know what Moz tried there. Because the cue ball ended up going nowhere, and that yellow missed the corner pocket by the country mile, and maybe Moz is showing signs of fatigue as well, even though it's a much earlier time for him. We've been at it for over 4 hours now, and these guys, not one of them has taken a break. It definitely did look a tired shot, yeah. Because you're sitting there concentrating, and the mind just begins to wander. And it maybe would have been a good idea if either of these guys had decided to do what I've done and gotten a coffee, or maybe something a wee bit stronger. But either or, it's Barkers. And now, is Barkers going to come good and stay strong and get stronger at the business end of this match? And is Moz the one that's now going to show the signs of weakness and tiredness? Well, if Barkers feels anything like I feel, well, he's almost dead and buried. But he's still only 1 frame behind. Well, that's the coffee gone, so that's going to have to, it's going to have to kick in for me to see this to the end. Well, he's run into the yellow, which is what he didn't want. He wanted that red to the left of the pink, but he's still got the emergency backup, the straight red into the baulk corner pocket, brown into the middle to follow, so nothing to do with the cue ball than just stop it. then it becomes a wee bit more difficult. It's still got the one open red, the rest of them again are a bit fiddly. There is the gap between those for that one, and once that one goes, this one here goes into the corner, so it's about picking your way through them. Now let's have a look at this angle. This angle isn't good. He's going to have to draw off that red big time and the nudge into the pink. Well, it's not done him any major harm, but like I say, the problem now though is getting another red, and I don't know whether he can cut that pink and actually clip anything there. It's a tall order to get on something. He's dead straight in the yellow pretty much. I don't know whether he can force anything from it. Yeah, he's tried his best. Well, the best he's going to get is a possible plant. Going to have to be made, and he's going to have to either go right through on it or come right back on it, and he's managed to get it. That's a good shot. Plant going to have to be made, and he's going to have to either go right through on it or come right back on it, and he's managed to get it. That's a good shot. Well, has Barkers finally come alive here? Because he seems to be getting on the ball, but he's building up a lead. It's 34 at the moment, the break is 32. He's gone square on the black, and well, if he was to take the black, he's got to stun it firm, and he's awkward because he's close to the cushion, so he's going to have to dig down in this to actually just nudge something, and again, no guarantee he'll get on anything, but he looks as if he's going to try and, is he going to try and hold for that red that's the extreme right one? That'll be a high cut, but that doesn't look that inviting either. If you look at the black, it's a dig down in the black and a firm stun to get on something, and he's given it serious thought here, but I think that's the shot he's going to have to risk, is just move something and hope he gets lucky. He's having to dig down deep. And how's his luck? Well, it's one into the middle, or it's a straightish one into the corner. Looks as if he's thinking about the middle, so he's working hard to keep at the table. Break goes to 40. Oh, it was tough into the middle. It's a 40-point lead. Now is Moz going to cut loose here? He's got a shot to nothing, but you would think if he finished anywhere near that right hand side, that's a good one, and he's landed on the brown. I was going to say if he finished over the right side, Barkers would have simply rolled that red down the rail. And again, he's got to go across the table here, unless he wants to just roll through for the long red down the rail into the black pocket in the bottom right. But in fact, that'll go into the middle, no problem. Why didn't I think of that? I think I'm that tired I never even looked at the position the red was in there, but he's fine into the middle. Oh, is Duffman on Twitch? He's not said a single thing in the chat. If he is, he's not even said a hello. Well, that red's the one that had to move, and Moz has, well, he's got to be on either of these two reds. What angle's he got in the black? I think he's too straight, and of course the other problem is with the pink, where it is, doesn't help him get onto the reds. Oh, he's played that well. That's an excellent shot. Where it is, doesn't help him get onto the reds. Oh, he's played that well. That's an excellent shot. Well, Moz has come to life again. And he's got a chance to steal this frame. All the colours on the spots bar the green, but the green's not really a problem. And just a natural shot to get onto the yellow between the brown and the blue. But it is important that he gets good in the yellow to make it simple to get in the green. Now, does he want to come up the middle of the table, or does he want to stun and come over to the right side of the table? That's the question, because the further up the middle of the table he goes, the longer the shot he's got in the green, and that's what he's doing. And he's just got to draw off this green enough and high enough on the brown to make it simple to get in the blue. Break goes to 37 and he's trailing by 2. You see, he didn't quite go through with it. He's left himself square on the brown, and this is a little tester at a critical point in this frame. And that's where he's got caught short. He had to draw off that green with a wee bit more power to get that reaction in the cue ball to make it more comfortable, and that's where he just failed. And lo and behold, Barkers has had life breathed into him again by Moz. He's going to go too far for this blue. He's the wrong side, and I think he's going to have to run it, or he's going to leave the long one. He's leaving the long one. And now what's the score now? 2 points in it. So this for the frame, but more importantly a vital frame to square the match up for Barkers at 5 frames all. Well, that frame could have went anyway, but that mistake by Moz, getting himself too square on the brown and leaving himself too much to do, is what cost him. And what caused that was not getting enough onto the green. That's why I said he may well have been, should have been braver to come over to the right side for the green and get the cue ball out into the table on the right side rather than from the middle of the table, because if he'd done what I suggested and finished sort of there, it was a lot easier to pot the green and come around onto the brown, because if you go too high you can pot the brown from here no problem. But when he left himself square, it was asking for trouble. And well, for the first time in a match since it was 0-0 at the start, Barkers is back on par, and now it's anybody's match and it's anybody's tournament, and that's too hard. That's going to give Barkers a start in the Blacks Open. Well, welcome to anybody if you're a latecomer. The information's on the screen as to what this is. It's the 2020 Virtual Pool Masters Snooker Tournament, which was double elimination, and we've reached the final between Barkers from England, Moz, formerly of England but now living in Texas, and the race to 7, which started 4 hours and 20 minutes ago, goes on, and now it's the best of 3, and Barkers has got first go. I think he's gone a bit straight again. Yeah, he can draw back, finish on that red at the back of the bunch. He needed to draw back a bit more though, because now he can only draw back off the red or try and force his way through the pack of reds, but I think he'd be hitting them too thick to rely on getting on that black. He's got to come up the table, and the other problem with that is, well, I think he tried to create something out of nothing there. He's going to scratch. No! Did anything go in there? He hasn't fluked anything. And what's more, he has got out of jail there big time. He's left absolutely nothing for Moz, and that's that little bit of running that you need as well. I think he was a bit over ambitious there, Barkers, because he was always going to hit the pack far too thick and relied on an awful lot of luck to actually pot that red and have a shot in the black. A lot easier than this, but well, he's the best outcome he could hope for there. Moz has got nothing to go for other than keeping it safe. Now, what has he done here? Well, I think Barkers will be too, he'll be too he'll not be able to resist this pot in the red past the pink into the middle, because it's just a soft draw and he's on the pink into the same pocket, and that was a mistake by Moz. And there are chinks in Moz's armour showing here at the wrong time during the match, because there's a fair few reds here for the choosing, and Barkers is already on 17 with a chance to add a healthy serving of reds and colours to bulk up that lead in this frame, if he just minds his business and doesn't get himself into trouble. Well, good evening, Duffman. What happened to the stream tonight then? I thought you'd have been in bed. Ah, so you nothing better to do. Let's go on and see if Moz is still up and at it. Well, how long have you been on the stream? Because he's just beginning to show signs of wear and tear here, and you know, Barkers has had his rough time for most of the match. He's just been making unforced errors. Moz has been keeping it pretty tight most of the match, and the little errors have just been creeping in of late, which is why Barkers was trailing 5-3 and has now got it all square and is already 40 points up in frame number 11. And I think, well, with the reds that are all out in the open here, Barkers is looking to add a fair chunk to this score. You've got 4 reds in the open, 1 down in bulk. Not a lot happening with the reds that are still left here by the pink, but that's what he shouldn't be worrying about at the moment. You should just be dealing with what's out there. I've been trying to talk to Napnicker, who's the Scottish guy that's he generally only ever comes online and goes into his own room and plays. Well, what the hell's happened here, Barkers? Well, that's a big boo-boo. That is a big mistake. I think he's trying to be delicate to cut that red in and hold for the blue. I don't know why, because the worst thing that would have happened, he would have been on a bulk colour, and that's a, well, that's an old-fashioned mouse fart, that shot. And all of a sudden he was looking in business there to put this frame beyond Moz. Yeah, I was trying to get hold of Napnicker because he had recorded one of the matches earlier in the tournament, and he posted a link, and whenever I went into it, I can't even remember who was playing, and this is why I was asking you guys at the beginning of the stream what the volume level was like, because it's been a few, I think it's since the last big tournament that I used XSplit Broadcaster, and I installed a new version of it yesterday, and the volume settings had reset, so I was worried that the mic was going to be too loud. But Napnicker, I don't know what software he uses to record, but my goodness me, whenever anybody hits a ball and you hear, I mean, we're talking full volume as far as the game source is concerned, and when the ball hits the cushion, it's as if somebody was hitting a big bass drum. I mean, seriously loud, and he needs to go in to his volume mix in whatever program he's using to turn it down. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. I don't know whether he's aware of that. I don't know whether he watches what he's recorded, but I mean, it needs serious adjustment. I watched 30 seconds of the video of the match that he had posted, and that was enough for me. Boom, 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 when it was hitting the cushions. Can you imagine what it was like when the balls were hitting one another? Goodness me, it was like thunder and lightning. But the more important matter is Barkers has made a glaring error on a red, and these should all have been his points. But although Moz is at the table, he's going to have to work something out here. It needs an angle to disturb these reds, and he's not going to do a great deal here. I don't think. He's going to have to dig right into that cue ball. I mean, there's one red that will go if he can get on it. Is he going too far? Well, he's almost gone too far. He's still got a shot. And that's always going to be the problem. You just leave yourself that wee bit too much to do. Now, well, what time have we got? We are 4 hours, not a kick in the backside off, 4.5 hours, and we are also 15 minutes away, 14 minutes away, no, 15 minutes away, I can't count, from 4 AM, and we're about to see the crucial shot in the frame, because let's face it, nothing really goes here. I mean, that red there will go if you can get good on it, but the angle that Barkers has got isn't going to help him there. And I don't know whether he can get into the cue ball enough and cut this and still drag into to chip something here. He's trying his best. He's missed the black, but luckily for him, he hasn't really done any damage. And so we have a frame score of 48 points to 22, 26 in it. Black hanging over the corner pocket, and Moz trying to keep things tight. Yeah, I know you can adjust the volume your end, but the problem is that if your recording settings are wrong, that's how your videos are all going to be to anybody that goes on to watch that video. And it only takes one little drop down in the slider in the volume settings for your source volume, so you've got a sort of even mix. But that is going beyond the normal volume levels anybody would listen to. Only takes you 2 or 3 seconds to look at it and just move the slider. Well, Barkers is back in. He can just drop the black in, come around the angles a wee bit while he's trying to get into the reds. Well, he's trying to get into them when there was a red on. He's now got a fairly straight red, and if he can get a colour and get that last red to the left of the pink, he may well be in the lead for the first time in the match. he's got an angle in the blue, so he's going to have to come off this bottom cushion and up, but the chances are he's going to take the yellow and take the red down the cushion, which would be the simpler one, just to roll in and through for the black. That's exactly what he's done. So 38 in it, and the black secures the frame, and so it's going to be Barkers who's going to be sitting waiting in one, and if Moz is going to win the tournament, he's going to have to do it the hard way. Well, this has been a good response from Barkers, because he wasn't necessarily looking dead and buried, but he was looking at things weren't really going to happen for him. And well, that's 3 frames in a row from 5-3 down for a 6-5 lead. And we haven't I mean, it's been a fairly tactical match. Tightish frames, bouts of safety, and nobody really able to construct a substantial break in the whole of the match. So it looks like, for the time being, that Barker's high break of the tournament, 115, is going to stay there. I think these guys, they have been showing signs of weakness and fatigue. I don't think any of them are capable of holding it together to get a big break now. But it's a break of 41 that seals the deal, and Barker's breaking in frame number 12, sorry, with a 6-5 lead. And again, he's finding that spot up behind the green that covers those 2 reds on the right side, and the blue is it covering everything on, well, the right side as we look now, but it's in theory the left side. I think there's just an edge showing. Well, good evening, or good night, good morning. Have you been watching any of the senior snooker today, Andy? Some of that's been torture. I watched the Jimmy White match earlier tonight. That was the first match on this evening. Horrible first frame, and where they were making mistakes left, right and centre, missing everything. Joe Johnson managed to pinch it, and then Jimmy White managed to warm up, and Joe Johnson, I think he scored about 20 points in the whole of the match. Jimmy White won 4-1. I don't know what happened in the other match, because it was dragging on. with Darren Morgan, and I can't remember who he was playing. And then there was the other guys that get pulled off the table late this afternoon so that the Jimmy White match could start. So those guys had to come on at the very end of the evening to finish their match. But Stephen Hendry, I think, is playing tomorrow against Nigel Bond. I'll be watching that. Hopefully it's in the afternoon and not at night, because obviously again I have to get to my bed early. That's a pretty good length safety shot, and again it's good, I think, if he's covered the right hand side of the pack, which he has done, so the route back to baulk is pretty much non-existent on that left side, so he may well try and just hide up in the corner. Well, he's just run into the pack, but don't think he's left anything. Well, I was saying earlier on, I mean, they were showing you the stats of the match. Jimmy White's potting percentage was 92%, which was bloody good. But when you look at Joe Johnson's percentages, there was nothing there at all, because he was barely in the match after that first frame. But I mean, you look at their age. Jimmy White's 58 and Joe Johnson's 68, and you know, we're talking, you know, when was that Joe Johnson won the title? 1986. That's 34 years ago, isn't it? I mean, it only seems like yesterday when I watched that. Not one of the commentators gave him a chance in the final against Davis. And of course that was two bad defeats that Davis had in the trot in the final. Lost to Taylor, black ball final in 85, then lost to Joe Johnson in 86, and then got revenge against him in 87. Well, Moz has got first opportunity. Well, I'm trying to work out, it'll be 5 AM in Sweden, won't it? They're still an hour in front of us, so it's it'll be 4:56 AM. Now, you know what I think it's time for, guys? I think it's time for you guys to see this if you haven't seen it. If I can get the button to work. What the hell one is it? Yeah, here we go. That was me messing about with that Panzoid earlier on this afternoon. That's as close as I get to video production. I'll be surprised if I don't get a copyright strike. Whether Universal Studios have that music copyrighted, I'm sure they do. And probably YouTube will have a hit on it by the time this is processed. I never added the music to it. The music was on the video once you create it, or it's on the demo version of it, and then you put in your own text, obviously. So, nothing in it. Moz with a 10-point lead, but the more important score is Barkers has the 1 frame lead in this race to 7. Needs 1 more, and he's looking to come off the side, push into those 3 reds below the pink. He's going to skim off them though. Now, how's he done? I think he's okay, and that's worked out fine, but that's not what he planned. And it's a touching ball though, if you look at the top of the HUD left hand corner, so that gives Moz a free go just to push the cue ball up the table. Well, Moz's lead has been bitten away, but piece by piece, by Barkers, trailing 5-3, now leading 6-5, and Moz with the free safety shot from the touching ball, and the left hand side of the table isn't available, pink's covering that. And well, Barkers, he's got worse problems than I've got, because he's pushed right through onto the black ball, missed the red completely, trying to get it wafer thin to avoid running into those 3 reds on the left hand side, and he's given 7 points away. And he was trying to get that red really thin. It was the only way he could possibly avoid hitting those 2 reds, the 2 of the 3 reds. Now the thing is, Barkers is going to get another go at it, and he's got it right this time. And it's strange that Moz chose to put him back in there. He could have probably played a better safety shot. As it is, he's now left with a tough safety, but the red is sticking out now from the pink, and it needs to avoid the blue. Now, I don't think there is anything easy left on. There's a cut red behind the pink there, or just to the left of the pink. That goes, but look where the cue ball's going to end up. It's going to end up in a right ruck of balls, and if he tries to cut the other one to the left of the black, a similar outcome. So can he squeeze between the 2? It looks like he can. Oh, that goes every day of the week, but the problem is a colour. I'm pretty certain that goes, that red. I don't think that's what he's worried about, but he's looking at the one behind the pink, or to the left of the pink, and there's a bonus. He's landed on the black. That's what he's worried about, but he's looking at the one behind the pink, or to the left of the pink, and there's a bonus. He's landed on the black. Well, is that the shot that is going to see Barkers go all the way in this tournament. I think he's maybe a bit straight in this red. That's why he's looking at the one near the cushion. He needs to squirt out behind it to get on the black. He's managed to do that. So this is where the work starts. There are reds there. The obvious one would be just to roll the black in, get rid of the one nearest us. And if you can get over to the right hand side of the table, somewhere in amongst those three reds, then he'll give himself a choice of the red nearest the rail into this corner pocket in the right hand side, or one of those reds into the left hand middle pocket, because the other reds above the black are not ideal. Things have to move there in order for them to pot. Now he could stun into the one to the left, the extreme left of those cluster of reds. If he can do that, well, he hasn't played it to stun it. Has he got himself still on a red? Yes, he has. Plenty of room. Little nudge through off the other one, just a gentle brush, and he'll be on the black. Oh dear. Well, he's okay. He's brushed it through far enough. I thought he'd locked himself out in the black. So the break is in 29 or 23, whatever it is, or 25. Can't see anything. What the hell does that say? 25. Well, he can play this plain ball and run into the red to the right of the black and above, and that'll hold for the other red below in the line of 3 into the opposite corner pocket. That looks like the line that it may well take. Even if he brushed off the red and went up there, well, he's taking the pink instead to get on that red. Now he can certainly, well, if he's going to pot this and hold for the black or come up for the pink, he's got to play a bit of inside, but he's trying to hold it gentle, and he's managed to do it. He's a bit square though. Same again, he can play the stun shot onto the red to hold for the other red. Again, the one in the line of 3 below the pink. But he has to make sure he focuses more on the black and not forget about the black ball. He's playing the little draw, trying to get on one of those two. Like I said earlier, if he can get some point over on that right hand side of the table, it would either be on a red into the middle or one of these reds down into the corner, and that's worked out nice. So the break is 47, the lead all of a sudden is 30. Now what's he looking at? I mean, there's nothing much to worry about at the moment other than trying to take out what's available. I mean, that red there has to go to open up this red. So if Barkers can get out well enough on this black, again he's a bit short. This is another little tester, and he may well end up going through the gap Well, he's caught the red, and now he's out of line. He got that red too thick. Is that red cut from there? Nope. Well, those two reds are lined up that way. Well, he's managed to squeeze it in, but he's scratched the middle pocket. Well, it's a 32-point lead. It's a break of 55 that comes to an end at a critical point in the match. Now, is those two reds going to come to Barker's rescue? And can Moz eat into this deficit? So it's a slow roll in the red, then the black, but neither of those two reds go anywhere. They need moving. Match is now 7 minutes short of 5 hours. Has he gone high enough to break these two reds? Yes, he has. He can brush through and move them off this pink. Critical shot here. Oh dear. And that's going to work out. Is it going to work out? Where's the cue ball going? He's okay. And he can get through in the other one that will just drop him on the black. So Moz now fighting for survival and fighting to take out this 12th frame that will take us into the decider. Oh, he's underhit that. He hasn't stunned it hard enough. He's left it awkward, and I think he's got to go for this. And he's got, oh no, he's overcut it. And that may well be Moz. It may well be his last shot if Barkers can cut this in. And let's look at it from his point of view. Well, he needs to get the thin edge of it, because he can easily push that into the knuckle. So he's giving it a good look. And that shot that Moz played, just leaving himself too square again, left it in that brown earlier on in the last frame. And Barkers has got the cut. The lead is whatever it is. What is it? 12 points. Blue will take it to 17. And it's more than likely going to be the red and the black. So 17 points the lead. So he just needs red, black, yellow to secure the match and to win the 2020 Snooker Masters, or Virtual Pool 4 Snooker Masters. Well, he's taking the pink. So the lead is 24, and the yellow will take it to 26 with 25 left in the table. And the match, well, barring some serious accident, the match is going to finally be over. Well, it was looking a bit dodgy for Barkers, trailing 5-3. He was looking as if he was getting tired himself, but he's come good. He's come through strong in the end, and from 5-3 down, he's won 4 in a row to secure the title. In goes the brown. Well, we'll have a final look at the bracket just to see who wins what before we go. Now, pink doesn't go, but it's congratulations to Barkers, who wins the match by 7 frames to 6. Well done to Moz. He's played well throughout the tournament, but just fell in the final bend, and Barkers has come good in the end and is the 2020 VP4 Masters champion. So well done to him. And let's have a look at the bracket, and we will see if I can get this to work. Well, it hasn't updated yet. It soon will do though. Hang on. Well, I hope it does, unless it's broken in some way. But anyway, the winner of the tournament gets, how many $V is that? 1,970 $V, and the runner-up gets 985, with the other spots on that one loss side down as far as 265 for 7th and 8th place, and then 300 and whatever it is, 360 for 5th and 6th, 495 for 4th place, and 655 for 3rd place. So it's been a long night, guys, a very long night, well into the next morning. The stream has now gone past 5 hours, and it's 4:16 in the morning, and I am about to head to bed. So with that, I'm going to thank you guys for your company, and remember, if there's any guys who you bump into online and they want to know what's happened, tell them they can go and watch it on YouTube. It'll be up there at some point tomorrow morning, once this is all processed. So with that, chaps, I'm going to bid you good night. Take care, keep your distance, and stay safe.